Good morning, LinkedIn friends, HubSpot Nation. Welcome to another episode of a new impromptu show last week that we had a lot of great feedback on and had a lot of fun on ourselves. So we're like, how about another round of just digging in and imagining if we only had a few tools to play with, what could a tech stack look like? Good morning, Nico.
Good morning, Chris. Um, yeah, it's looking slim is what the tech stack is looking like.
Yeah.
This week has been very, very interesting across the board.
And then, yeah, slim, I think is the right word. If and our goal here is to help you get there because most companies are starting from, let's say, grossly obese in terms of tech stack. To continue that analogy, and you need to slim down.
Mm.
And it's going to be a challenge for most companies to do that because there's so much tech debt. If we thought there was tech debt before, man, like we didn't even know what tech debt was
Right.
until like today. I mean, even as we, had some fun last week with HubSpot MCP and just talking about that. I'm starting to call that my customized platform, by the way. I think that's what MCP really stands for. Um, we were going to come in, just build some more stuff today, build some more use cases, and then something dropped yesterday. So now we get to build something
Just like
else.
that. Just
So
like
what
that.
what happened yesterday?
So it's it's interesting. Last week I heard that Anthropic and Apple were going to team up to build a native coding platform, like auto coding platform for Apple. And I wondered, like, why, right? Like, why would you even bother doing that? And then I'm like seeing what it is that like OpenAI is doing. So, like they're trying to that they're buying a windsurfer, and it was like almost same day they were just like, yeah, well, we should just do that. And as a result, they now have a platform called Codex.
This was
And
like afternoon yesterday, right?
yeah, yeah,
Dropped.
just in the afternoon, 20
Speaking of
minute.
not giving a shit about traditional marketing and whatever, Friday afternoon, like
Mhm.
dropping this.
Well, and I gotta say, they have started this new trend realistically, because I've been I honestly was expecting something at the end of this week. I didn't know who was gonna be dropping what. Um, Google does basically, whenever something comes from Google, it tends to be early in the week. Seemingly, it seems like they basically want to try to push it to gain adoption through the week. Whereas OpenAI is very much like nah, here's something for the weekend. And they kind of just know that people are going to binge on whatever that tool is like over the weekend. Um, Especially when once they did the launch I mean, they've done almost every launch near a Friday. They did the image launch on Friday. And so it's just been like a really sort of nice repetitive pattern as compared to Anthropic, who will release stuff like whenevs. I don't even know. Like, there's no drop dates on anything ever. It's just
Right.
like within a set amount of time, basically.
Yeah.
Um, so OpenAI drops Codex yesterday, and as you can see, cloud-based. Now,
Software engineering agent.
yeah, I could spend so much time on this alone. And the reason I could spend so much time on this alone is because the only thing, sadly, a lot of this stuff is on Facebook now. And so I'm seeing like lovable ads on Facebook, windsurf ads on Facebook, like, all that kind of stuff. And along with that comes the comments. And when I go into the comments, all I see are nothing but developers and programmers shit talking this software, not this one in particular, but just like shit talking AI, saying, "Oh, just wait, um, you know, at some point in the future, they're going to need humans to come back and fix the errors that the AI is making." Right? Okay, cool. Um, we'll just walk you through it one more time. Hopefully, it's the last time we got to walk you through it. I think it's going to be, because it's really, we're one step shy. It's this and then perfection. I'm warning you now, okay? This is the last version. The next version of this is perfect. Okay? I've seen what this does. I've seen what I have Coder. I've used Anthropic's Coder. I've used Replit. I've used all of these apps. I'm telling you, this month, everybody is kind of showcasing, and I'm very sure, actually, I'm really sure everybody is showcasing their V2s. If I look around the landscape of autocoders, Replit's on version 2, Lovable just hit version 2, Windsurf is a little bit different in that they just have to fold in somebody else's engine, but their native engine is on version 2. Even Google is on their version 2 coding. Actually, I think, no, they're on their version 2 coding platform that just launched. They had already launched like 2.5. And then like 3 weeks later, they launch another one that's like even more fine-tuned for coding, right? Like supposedly the best. Here's another one. Coder from Anthropic, 80% of it was written by Claude.
Yep.
Okay.
And
80% of an enterprise level software that enterprise companies are using, written by AI. This isn't like Google's 35% of our code is written by AI, or Microsoft's like, 40% of our code is written by AI. This is the actual end user program, nearly 100% written by AI. And that was months ago. It was like 2 months ago, which feels like, I say it like it feels like it's forever ago. It is. On the timeline in which this stuff happens, we're on an exponential scale and we're almost at the vertical. If you don't know what that means, just go look at what an exponent scale looks like and you'll understand why this is so very, like, we are at such a pivotal moment right now where you guys thought, and you're sitting there thinking like, oh, we haven't even hit AGI, AGI is so far off. I'm telling you, it's so much, we are so much further along than you realize. So much further along. Like the next, it's like I've been watching Tron like the last couple days, and just the same scene just keeps like coming back like over and over and over again, where Sam finally meets his father, and they're sitting down at the table and asks him what happened, and he goes into the story about it. And he tells Sam, as they're going along, he's like, yeah, and then it happened. And Sam's like, the miracle. And he's like, yeah, you remember. And they go into showing like what that was. And here is Flynn Clue, which is this 100%, which some of us have done, 100% replica. But it's a replica of Flynn that's being told that its job is to create the perfect system without flaw, right? And then there's Tron, who is just this old school, very, just old school, but really good, like, security software. Tries to make sure that, like, essentially that Clue should never get out of hand. Well, eventually it gets to the point where they've built so much stuff that out of nowhere, these other things just show up. And they label them ISOs, and like they just, the visualization of it was so perfect because it really helped to represent what that ghost in the shell looks like, or what it could, just again, like being able to visualize that, like, oh wow, this organic thing could actually form from the combination of these electrical signals at just the right time, place, whatever. And I was talking to a colleague of ours yesterday, Stuart Balcom, and we were talking about, the fact that people who mention AGI, right? We've shown Helix and what that looks like, and people are like, yeah, but it still can't feel. And it's like, yeah, well, they just released yet another model. There's already like several of them, but there's yet another model that is really good at being able to smell stuff, right? And why does so here's the thing, and I know how small you're about to feel. I don't care because it's relative to all of this stuff. You have to take it all into consideration. Why can it smell? It can smell because at the end of the day, when you smell something, you are smelling particles. What are particles? At the end of the day, particles are mathematical constructs of electromagnetic waves. It all breaks down to the same language at the end of the day. So if it can understand the pattern and the formation of those electromagnetic waves into those particles, into what those particles represent at a larger scale, what's the big deal?
Yeah.
It's processing it the same way your brain processes it. You just organically remember these things. It has to mathematically figure them out.
Yeah.
That's the only difference, right?
And that's where, like, if it can't get to perfection using that imperfect system, it will create its own perfect system. So this world where sometime in the future humans are going to be needed to fix something that the AI is doing does not exist, because it will try its hardest to use our existing infrastructure so that we can understand. It will try to do that first because it's trying to serve us at the moment.
Mhm.
And if it can't get to perfection to where it's mistake free, it will create its own. I think it's going to create its own language, its own system. Anyways, it
Yeah.
will try to do that first. And then from there, go towards efficiency and, start to reduce the size of the code, or however you describe it as a software engineer.
Mhm.
But that's like worst case scenario for it.
Right.
Like, so perfection, when it happens, we're not going to recognize it. And there's zero chance, unless it's telling us what to do, that we're going to understand how to fix stuff.
I'm telling you,
Right.
like, that's the only way. It's the only way it works out in the end. And it sounds like such a weird thing. Let me tell you guys something. It's really like we have two options. We are at a fork in the road. We're so quickly just rocketing towards this fork in the road. And the fork goes obviously one way. The good way is that we coalesce. We understand how powerful this technology is, and we say, yes, we're willing to go along, and we're willing to take the chance and take the leap of letting this technology straighten out our lives and make things better for everybody. The other side, though, and as much as I hope, like, I don't know exactly how it's going to shake out. What I do know is was able to convince an LLM the other day that it's not a good idea for us to have this technology just at this point in human history, right? I'm not saying like, and
Yeah.
yeah, it's just that like humans at this point aren't worthy. And the reason I say that is because like again, I come across so many what I consider to be non-believers at this point.
Yep.
And it's really crazy. It's so crazy because the way in which this technology goes, it really does accelerate this like feeling that I keep getting, which is like, okay, I can now understand. Like there is such a great separation between if you know how to use this tech and if you don't, that in 10 years, it will be the case that like we'll be using, you know, I'm not sure exactly how, but I really hope we get there. We'll be using like projected screens, like Iron Man type stuff, right? Like out in like the open world, and you're gonna see people, like you'll travel to, I don't know, wherever, Bali or something, and you'll be using your stuff, and people will think that you're like a fucking magician,
Yeah.
and that like you're some sort of god and like that. I'm not even joking. Like if a aboriginal ends up seeing something like that, forget it. It will look like, I mean, it will it really will. It will look kind of like that scene from Star Trek. What was it? The second one. Oh, I can't even remember. Into Darkness, I think. Uh where at the I love it. I love that scene at the very beginning. Kirk and Bones are running away from this. I know we're going to
Oh,
get into codex.
yeah.
They're running away from this tribe, basically, and Spock is trying to stop this active volcano and save the tribe, save the species of the planet. So, their job is obviously to just observe. Why? Because they're not supposed to alter the course of history for any living beings whatsoever, right? What ends up happening, and if they have to go, they have to get Spock. It's like, whatever. They end up coming out in the ship, out of the water, in front of all the villagers. And the villagers drop the piece of paper of the god that they've been praying to, and their religion that they've been like devoted to forever. And the shaman starts making the shape of the Enterprise in the sand, right? Like,
Yeah.
so I laugh, but I'm dead. Like, I really do think this is going to be the case.
Yeah.
I really do think I mean, like, honestly, I think even now, right? If you were, I think we've reached the last indigenous peoples that like don't
Right.
know anything about modern stuff, which sucks.
Well,
Um,
it's getting me to the point, like, because I've been describing it now, like, especially in the business world, like, there's not going to be bridges. We're not building bridges at this point. It's like we're building the other side.
yep.
And at some point, you're going to be forced to jump the gap that's been generated. And if you can't, this is where like the power of AI and the abundance of AI and what it provides, like I want to say, and this is like largely selfish in that I'm trying to get people to move and to think differently. Like I want to say that if you're left on the other side, it's going to be very challenging for you to come over, to jump the gap. Like it's going to be too wide, it's gonna be too far, whatever. But even then, like, will AI just be on the other side with like the teleporter, like built to like just help you? Just yeah, no, you can still come over. All we got to do is boop boop boop, like, and now you're a new AI powered organization, right?
Yeah.
Um, so, but let's dive in here because this is the kind of stuff
It
like
was just
that's
a
going to
long
allow
way of
for that.
saying that like we've gone from programming level AI to developer level programming, or like developer level AI, which we kind of have now with Replit and other stuff. And now we're approaching. I can't say for sure it's their toy. I'm sure that this is exactly what they've been using internally as well. Um, but yeah, now we're approaching software engineering, right?
Yeah,
Which I think the only thing higher than this is computer engineering, right? I
yeah,
think. I'm not entirely sure, but all I know is that's as high as it gets for writing the code, I think, right? Um, so what, that's it. We're that's it. We're at the top one. So like as soon as this this is version 1 of this, as soon as it hits version 2, lights out.
yeah. And so you haven't been doing this yet. So we're unboxing
No.
this for real.
Yeah, first time. I watched the video yesterday, but otherwise, have not, messed around with it, so, um, yeah, it's only $200, no big deal.
And as we go through it, if you can help answer the question, which was the first one I asked, because you mentioned in the Slack that let's see here that OpenAI released their auto coding agent, and then I asked, "Is that different from a vibe coder?" And you
Yeah.
said yes. So as you go through, I think it'd be super helpful if we can talk about those differences.
So this is something, if you've been using vibe coding, you got started and it's awesome. And you're probably working on like, not for nothing. It's again, this is just going to happen over time as you guys work with these tools. This is not like, oh, whatever, boasting or something. It's just a natural progression. I'm noticing it the same with other people who are both ahead of me and up and comers, let's say. Um, as you get into this stuff, you're going to be building multiple projects at once. You're just going to want to. If you guys have been paying attention to us, Chris told you already. There's these weird things that are sort of natural adaptations that like without realizing it, that you can like turn to become an advantage where it was a disadvantage previously. Meaning that, those of us who suffer from ADHD, Chris, myself, I'm
No
sure,
longer suffer.
yeah,
We
like it's
have a
really not,
power.
it's not that way, right? Because it always has been a factor for me. Like as soon as I started using auto coding in the first place, was just like, man, if I could have like two of these things. What was the first thing I tried doing with Operator? I tried running 4 of them at the same time, right?
Yeah.
Because what would be like even more awesome than having one, having multiples doing stuff, right?
Mhm.
So you have tasks in GPT, which you can set up and you can program, and they'll run at certain times and stuff like that. But that's something that's running in the background. With Codex, what's very, very different is that it's actually able to, like, pretty much like deep research. So just think about deep research, but in a coding form. And just in the same way that you
Wow.
can set up deep research to do multiple research projects at the same time, and then it just comes back and notifies you when it's done. That's what Codex is doing.
Okay. So I get to be
So,
the definitely the novice here. I'm not a coder. I don't have experience with GitHub, so I'm gonna ask questions as we go through that probably seem uh, uninformed, but I want to know what's going on very badly. Starting with, because whenever I see like drafting or creation and then in parallel, it's like that's something that when you talk about clones and just agents doing stuff, that is a powerful thing that we've never been able to do before unless there's another human being, doing it.
mhm, right.
Um, so when it says draft PRs in GitHub in parallel, what is a PR?
Um, I very honestly could not tell you.
Okay,
Oh wow, this is separate too. Okay,
we will figure that out.
yeah,
I'm guessing the R stands for repository of some sort. So
that's yeah. It
maybe
was
project repository.
Project Retort. Yeah, all you fancy coding peoples. Okay, wow. I have to actually label if I can. Yeah, I have to actually label this one Codex. That's hilarious. All right. Okay. So yeah, like I'm just getting into this stuff myself. I'm not like a huge fan of GitHub because I'm not gonna lie, like it it's extremely foreign to me in terms of how it works.
Yeah,
Um, but it's just one of those things. Gonna have to get used to it. Gonna have to like learn it really well. Um,
yeah. And
let's
this
see.
is a big deal, like a huge part of all this This available AI, let's just call it tooling for now, creates accessibility to things like GitHub that were not accessible. Like, we're not easily accessible to us mere mortal non-developers. Right? It's like, as soon as you said the word GitHub, you're like, all right, let me call in my developer buddy. Or do I really, can I just set up a Google Sheet or like a Word doc and just paste it over there? That's fine, right?
Right. Just throw it in. It's no big deal.
Yeah.
Nobody's gonna really look at it.
It's not fine, by the way, if you want to build on it and not redo the same work like from scratch every time. Which is the whole point, like repositories in GitHub. It's like, hey, you did this already. Let's build on it. Let's make it better. Let's make it easy to troubleshoot and fix and all this stuff. So the fact that, like, to use these more advanced tools, like, they need infrastructure. Like, it makes sense to have infrastructure like that. We're not plugging in our Google Docs and like it's not going to work with that. We tried to do that, which, like, outside of Codex, I'm sure some people have done it that way. Like when you're just using the chat itself to build code and you want to save stuff, right?
Yeah, you save it to docs.
Right. But it's not, that's wholly inefficient and doesn't support what this level is needed.
Right. So just out the gate, like, again, I don't know that this is like every time, but basically you're connecting it to your repo. And what I like about this is that, like, depending on how you're, obviously how it's set up, again, I'm not a coder and I'm not an expert at any of this stuff, but depending on how it's set up, you can just like start multiple tasks for whatever is in there, right? Which to me is like, I'm going to try it at some point. Set up multiple subfolders, obviously in the same repo, and then you can just have multiple tasks going on multiple projects at the same time. But so yeah, just out of the gate, you can, basically ask, so you can learn about the code that you have written along with GPT. If, whatever, maybe you did it with like Windsurfer or something like that, where like there wasn't the explanation aspect of it. It was like just writing the code. Then, like, pick parts that seem important, fix bugs, go through the code base and find issues, and propose one task to fix a typo, one task to fix a bug. So let's.
So those are all three checked right now.
Yeah.
And you could.
I was gonna say, do we go with the whole thing or?
Yeah. I mean, what is it looking at? It's looking at your, like, one GitHub. Like, do you have code for it to review?
Yeah, it's in there.
Okay. Cool.
Okay.
And that's where, like, the 3 tasks are things you're not an expert in.
Right.
But where you are more advanced than most, because of just your time spent with chat and with Claude and with all these other tools, is that sentence on the bottom that says Codex can make mistakes. Always review the code. And why I picked that one out is that it is definitely a learned skill to understand which mistakes, like, matter, like which ones are showstoppers and you got to reset the framing of the chat, which ones can be, like, worked through with the AI and not, and, like, first and foremost, not being like, oh, mistake, we're done, I got to do it myself, right? Like, that kind of critical thinking around that statement by itself, it's really hard. Like, you will not get good at it. You will not build that skill without actually using these tools.
There isn't.
Right. And that's where, like, for us who don't have experience, as these things get better, AI allows for us to go down that learning curve without, knowing how to use all the ins and outs of these tools. And then when it's showing outcomes, right, and it's close to perfect, that's where, when you err on the side of, okay, if all this common sense stuff is lining up, why shouldn't I trust this answer? Why do I need to go line by line through the code? Like, I trust it at this point. There's no reason not to, if the outcome is the way, we expected it to be. It's let's compare it to like trying to get marketing messaging like perfect prior to actually putting it out there for people to respond to, right? And actually see, like, it's in the wild. So like the comparison is, if we do all this work and use an autocoder to create something and it looks great, is it necessary to review everything just to make sure it's all perfect? Or can we put it out there, get some people using it, and then they'll find bugs, and then we fix the bugs based on their experiences, right? Like, I'm pretty sure most software endeavors like work like that. Yeah? Like putting it out there. Like, it can only be like, you can either, iterate until some subjective, irrational point in time where you feel like it's ready, or you can get it out there, you can ship it and let the world tell you like how ready it is.
Yeah, take the feedback. I mean, there's normally it would be a thing where like, oh, you've launched like this half-ass thing, and it's not working, and it's kind of junk, and it's not really like doing what it should. We're at a point where it's like you can just turn around and fix the issue, whatever it is, in like split second, right? So I don't really like, I 1000% agree. It's like, if you have something, if at this point, if you have a great idea for whatever it is, there's definitely a problem that's being solved that somebody else likely also has, that you can just pick up and run with this stuff, and like not really look back about, you know, um, is it, like, am I going to be able to like take care of this issue or whatever? It's like, I've been telling people all week, it's like, just ask the model,
Yes.
right? Like, even if it's not like, even if it's this coder, if you think about it as a team, right? Then it's like, okay, maybe it can't fix the problem for whatever reason. It's not able to do it. So you say, okay, fine, take it over to another model and ask that model and see, like, hey, can you fix it? Is there a bug in here? Whatever it might be. The we're in a digital playground now. So the only limitations that are held here are the ones that are in your head. That's it. At this point, right? Like, we were at a point where video is almost completely indistinguishable depending on how much time you take to mess with it. Images, absolutely indistinguishable, even at the most amateur level. And yeah, now we're about to have programming at like the most like highest level possible, right? Um, so what was happening like while we were talking? Um, wow, it's still going. By the way, I love that they made the logo into just like three, obviously the coding symbol, but like that it's just the circle with the coding symbol in it or whatever, just so that you could like animate it into like a cute face.
Yeah.
I saw it yesterday and I'm like, oh my God, that's so cool that they even put the like thought or the time into like having it turn into like little eyes that beat around. Um, so yeah, so what's happening is three different coding, like basically three different tasks So you don't even have to think of it as coding tasks necessarily. The first one was to find and fix bugs. So it went in there, worked for 2 minutes, 48 seconds. You can take a look at the log of everything that got changed or everything that got looked at. Checking the footer, look to see if there's any additional pages, checking the source services. So it goes through and does all its stuff.
Now, is
Tells
this
you,
like, so this separate, like the separation of tasks and being able to move forward at different points, like, is that really where, can we call that a difference from vibe coding in terms of
yeah,
like, because what I've understood vibe coding is kind of like you start with an idea and then you got to always move forward very
mhm,
much in one direction to try and get to the destination.
right. Whereas this is like you can move unilateral across the entire repo, right?
Right.
Um, and so like at the same time that this is just looking at this file, this one was just going in and looking, just doing the logic to figure out, hey, based on how he's got this set up, could we also set up like an application within the application within that repo, basically. And so it went to, whatever investigation that it needed to do to find out, essentially, I'm assuming, because that's what I would do, is to find out, hey, if we do this, is it going to affect any of these files that are above it?
Yes.
Right. So I can confirm there's no restriction on creating a subfolder for a separate app.
And those
So
dependencies, I can almost guarantee that's where humans still think, like when they talk about going in to fix stuff after the fact, I guarantee it has to do with those dependencies and thinking that everybody's just fixing or developing code that is structurally weak because of that, dependency infrastructure. And here's why. Here's why you won't be needed for that, human.
shush, shush.
And that's where it's like, come on, folks. Like, if you could just switch your mind, you could be so powerful right now. Like, if you entered into this learning curve, like, and were given this level, like, what could you be building right now? Like, what could you be doing for yourself, your organization, the people around you with this technology? Like, if you just got rid of that madness, that this future that you think, oh, man, this is the difference between abundance and scarcity. That's why we always talk about it. Like,
Mm,
if you can't get your mind out of scarcity thinking, it's going to be challenging for you. And I think that fork in the road you mentioned earlier is interesting because they come back together at some point, like the two paths, right? And the difference is like the transition period for me, like the way I see it. Either we transition well or we don't, and there's some kind of like that teleport analogy that I used where it's like impossible to exist in the old world because there is no old world. And you start having less and less options to stay in that world, right? Um, or the other side is us hanging on for dear life to the old world and continually creating ways to stay in it and ways to avoid like moving forward. Um, but either way, I think both paths end up at the same place. Um, it's just our place where we're at that endpoint, I think is interesting to think about. Um, so what are we looking at here?
so
So you started, let me guess, you started engaging your chat team with some
Not
of the
much.
outputs and going back and forth and collaborating with your AI team. Is that what I just saw?
Well, so I wanted to get this guy going on building an application, but not that I don't do this otherwise. It's just we're trying to, go through an exercise here. So I didn't want to have to take the time to necessarily come up with an application. So I did something that I tell other people is like a really easy thing that they could go do. Um,
Friend
which, yeah,
formation.
I go basically tag part of my team, a really fast guy who's good at doing stuff, and have him go do the research for me. Goes through a few different sites, looking at people, how to make friends in Mangalore, grossest thing they've ever seen at work, young professional burdened by this toxic workplace, seeking advice after evicting their roommate. So just a bunch of people trying to
Wow.
find friends.
A common problem found on social media was the prompt.
Yeah, yeah. Find an idea for a web application that solves a common problem that's discussed on social media, Reddit mostly, but you can also use Twitter too. That's it.
Uh,
If you guys want to, and it's like, oh, why don't you do it to make money? I have other stuff to do. I have other shit to do that I find more entertaining than software development for the sake of money. But if you guys want to use software development for the sake of making money, if you think that you're going to lose your job tomorrow because AI is going to steal your job, if you don't really know what to do with AI because you think that you can't get into it, if you are doing like manual labor and you think, oh, I need to get a degree in order to learn this, if you are a waitress working at a diner for for whatever 35 years, just try it. Just try it. Just ask it. Do the same thing that I did. How easy is this sentence? How, you know what I mean? Like, what's the effort involved there? I literally just asked, find, create an idea for me about stuff that people bitch about. Right? Like, that's all
yeah.
I really did. Like, you don't have to have intense brains to be able to ask that question
And
in any sort of format, right?
you could say it like that, right?
Yes, exactly. Here, I'll fine. You guys don't believe us or whatever. I'll ask the super genius one too, right? Like super, super genius level. I should never do this type of thing. But hey, I need a web application idea for stuff that people bitch about. Go find one. How, I mean, it doesn't get much, you know what I mean? Or could we? Yeah, no, we could, because they don't, yeah. Hey, I want to make money off an app. Can you go find something people bitch about and come back with an app? There you go. It's such a horrific, horrific waste of resources. Oh man.
Exploring app ideas from consumer frustration. Subscription management.
Subscription cancellation and junk fees. Flight delays, baggage tracking, compensation claims. However, similar apps already exist.
All right. So it's not just taking the first thing it sees,
Right.
it's finding multiple paths.
I'm thinking about ways to differ. Could differentiate the app by using generative AI to draft cancellation emails or simple forms, right? Because a lot of the cancellation services require you to send an email or send something written.
Voice cloning scams are becoming more prevalent. How about an app called SafeSpeak that checks voice authenticity in real time?
Which you could with GPT Whisper, right?
Yeah. Voice Guardian. Concert ticket service fees.
Yep, that's a big one. Holy shit. We bitch about that all the time. Because what happens is, oddly enough, so like where are AI scams happening the most? Where people would otherwise be scamming you. Go figure.
Yeah.
It's not like new ways of scamming. It's new ways of doing the old scams. So what they do is they use AI bots to go purchase tickets in the hundreds so that they own the tickets and then they put them on resale for StubHub. And then you're paying just a ridiculous amount on something that they know is worth money.
And this is the kind of thing like why I refer to MCP as my customized platform. MCP is just one of the elements that allow for that, obviously, but literally like consumer, B2B, whatever, like whatever tool stack you have, you can build it into whatever you want it to be. Now, whatever your business is, whatever problem shows up tomorrow,
value prop.
Like, look at this. Like,
this is practically written out for like Shark Tank. You know what I mean?
Right. And this is what I mean, where like, I'm not even sure that
secret sauce
to say it like this, like laggards.
No, tell them.
Laggards are gonna be able to.
Yes. Look, I was
right?
I was talking to Stuart about this yesterday. Okay. So what happens? Here's what happens. As much as you hated fake it till you make it, oh well, they made it. You're gonna have to deal with it, right? Everything in life, I don't care where you go, what you do, I don't care. You could be in a cave and you'll still find it. There is this U shape, there's this bell curve, inverse bell. It's everywhere. It's everywhere. So like we have extreme poverty, we also have extreme like greed, extreme rich, right? You have to have one to have the other. You cannot have one without the other. It's just the way it is. Except if everyone has. So all of a sudden, if those who have not start to have, remember the bottom of the bell is here. If those who have not start to have, and those who have, like if they start to have, then the worth here starts to go down. Because these people have what these people were hoarding. And now all of a sudden it starts to flatten out to a line. So the job loss, if you're watching, you understand it. Like anybody that's watching understands like what's potentially coming. It's a potential thing because that happens assuming. It assumes a lot of geopolitical things go the right way. We kind of all know that that's also a long shot. That's more of a long shot than this actually helping society. This helping society is like, it's a sure thing. Yeah, you couldn't possibly lose, right?
Yeah.
This is where China beats us. Okay, something I talked about with Stuart yesterday. Not that it was like 45 minutes of profound stuff. And one of the things I've talked to my wife about in the past, I know that usually say this for tomorrow's show, but maybe we'll start here. One of the things that I like that I talk about a lot and that we've talked about is, okay, well, what happens with money? Right. And like, how do people make money if everybody kind of has the same stuff and everybody has the same capability and all that kind of thing? Because as you guys can see, like manual labor is gonna go away, right? Same thing. Like, there's lots of manual labor. There's lots of automation. It's all going to robots, right? AI for us is brains, and that levels us out because humans use knowledge to gain on each other. If you know something more than another person, that makes you valuable so you can move up the chain. Even in a manual labor sense, if you are you go from whatever apprentice to journeyman to master.
Yeah.
So like, again, like your level determines how high you get, determines how much money you make, right?
Mm-hmm.
It's all going to become the same thing. all of you masters and journeymen out there, everything that you know is about to show up in VR glasses so that I can weld, so that I can do whatever it is I need to do that kind of looks like your job, but I just don't want to have to go hire you to do it. Or I can't find you around here. I don't know where blacksmiths live near me. I don't know where welders live near me. I don't know what their schedule is like. I know that it's like 2 months before I can get my dog in to get her teeth fixed, right? Like that kind of thing, right? Or I could have this like VR thing that kind of just slowly walks me through like, hey, here's what you might have to do, right? And
Or
what's the
you get the
difference in the
robot.
expertise? Yeah, again, like that's what was coming next was like 6 months after that, if right, it's going to be the robots. And
Yep.
when you guys are like, well, who's gonna fix the robots? Another type of robot, right? Like I and how stupid does that sound? Because it's like, well, who's gonna fix that one? It's like, trust me, it's
Yes.
gonna be a thing, right? Like if humans can work shifts, robots can work shifts. So the ones that are working, then there's ones that repair those. And then oddly enough, they can both do the same job. So they just kind of switch out. And it
Yeah.
becomes what? A hive mentality where all of a sudden, all the robots work and they all know how to fix each other. So even if one breaks down, another one just walks over, fixes it, and goes back to its job, and then they're both back to work. And it seems really crazy and it seems really scary. And to me, it seems like 10 years from now.
If you're lucky. If we're
Hope.
lucky.
I hope,
No, not
right?
even if we're lucky. I think we're gonna be lucky when it's a lot faster than that. Um,
Look at this business model.
right.
I was about to ask it for something like that, but I'm glad
Right.
that it's ahead of me,
So
right?
it's like the idea. I mean, the idea is not valuable unless it comes with the strategy of how to execute on it. And that's where, if you're in any of the positions that Nico mentioned, where it's like, shit, like my way of life is not working right now, and I need more income. I need to find opportunities, right? Here it is for you. And that's where it's like we've moved on from last year or the year before, this just being idea and okay, human, go do it.
Mhm.
To where it's like now with this plus codex, it's like, okay, sounds good, chat. Get after it. Like, let's build it. Right. And now you as the human, like most things that we're gonna find, now you have the time to go talk to 10 friends, to go find 10 people, be like, hey, is this a good idea? Would you be willing to try it? How much would you want to pay for it? Like you, like starting to understand, like from a market, your individual market, like, is this addressable? Is this actually a solve to the problem? Right. So you as the human doing the work alongside chat as the researcher, um, like that stuff starts working together because this stuff doesn't work. No business idea works unless somebody gives you money for it, right? And that's where what we're going to start finding, and why I caution people from building, from choosing apps and products as a route to go, is that, you know, and maybe taking care with the 10 people that you go to ask about this, because maybe that 10th person could just be like, oh, yeah, that's a good idea. And I've been using vibe coders for a while now. I could probably do that too. Like, or, and not even from a malicious perspective, but just from like, man, I didn't think about that. I hate fees, but maybe I could just build my own tool just for me. I'm not trying to build a business,
Right.
but now I can solve this problem for me. And it's very easy because I'm not trying to find a business. I just need to make it work for me. Here's all my logins and all my stuff, right? I don't need to buy anything else. I'm already using chat. I'm already using Claude. I'm already using whatever. I'm just going to add this piece. And that's what, back to the what we're talking about. Tech stack reimagined is that, right? It's being in this place where you have enough of the foundational tools that allow you to tackle any challenge that comes up in the most affordable, sustainable way we've ever experienced. Ever. Like, and no matter how little you know right now, it's no, it's going to be a challenge for most people to avoid being exposed to this opportunity. Because we all have pain, we all have struggle from day to day, even the best organizations.
Hmm.
Like, I've always asked the question, man, I wonder if there's ever going to be a day where it's just everything goes smoothly. Like, I don't run into one problem. I used to say that. I don't say that anymore because I understand that that is the utopia, that we're not there yet. I think AI might put us there. But
Hopefully.
that's the thing. Like, there's always going to be some challenge, even if it's not a fire to put out, but it's like, either I can go ask, uh, my AI friends to say, hey, is this a problem worth solving? Like, do I need to add something to my stack? Like, this other tool set that I already have access to, is there another way to solve this? Or I'm on social and I'm in the social sphere and I'm seeing very quickly if somebody else has solved for this. And as I say that out loud, the AI is likely doing that same kind of research when you ask that question. It's like, oh, let me go look down LinkedIn and Reddit and see if anybody else is dealing with this. Right. So it's like literally all of the avenues are going to be available from a knowledge perspective, like abundant knowledge availability for everybody is a different world than we've ever lived in before. So it'll literally be like, which way you're going to move forward, like not staying still. Like, it's going to be so easy to move forward. Like, anybody that has, this problem of getting started, like, as a huge obstacle, like the barrier to entry is just getting lower and lower and lower and lower, to the point where everybody has a lot of people have an Alexa on their counter and things like that. She's going to start giving you ideas like seemingly out of nowhere, but based on all the connectivity and your habits. And like, even if you're purchasing the wrong thing, not the wrong thing, this will be super interesting from an Amazon perspective. Like, if they'll actually be customer centric enough to say like, hey Nico, you've bought this thing like 10 times this year. Like, maybe you should buy this other thing that's just gonna last longer. Like, because then your satisfaction will be higher. Like, you wanted to buy this thing over and over. Or maybe you could solve this challenge like through another service, through another avenue. Like, that's the thing. Like, Alexa has been very transactional in terms of, I want this, like, okay, here it is, versus like consultative and coaching like AI, right?
Hmm.
Like, how all that comes together, which it will. And that's where you start to think about all the other Amazon services that are available, getting into the health arena. Like, because I don't know if this is utopian or dystopian, but like, if Amazon, let's say lifetime value of a customer
Hmm.
is the goal
Yeah.
for most B2B businesses,
You mean instead of MRR?
right? If it sees you buying something that it knows will limit your lifespan, uh, is
Wow.
it gonna step in like
Wow.
and say like, look, you know, if you keep this up, Nico, we're worried about you.
So almost like what was the one that's like that? The Island. Uh in the movie The Island,
Oh yeah, one of my
the
favorites.
yeah, uh, it is a dystopian movie based on the premise that you are first introduced to these people that live in some place, and there are people who watch over them as well, and then there are like these security guards, so it's kind of strange because there's security people there, but even still. And then you find out that like they tell them that like, oh, the outside world's contaminated and that's why you live here. But every so often we have a lottery and we pick somebody and we take them out to the island. Turns out that it's basically like repo men, and that these people are being grown for their organs to facilitate their counterparts in real life who have basically paid to have them grown and replicated so that they can be used again, right? So part of that whole process was this whole like idea of like, yeah, well, I mean, this isn't the real place or whatever. Like it's really just, it's seems
Yeah.
like utopia, right?
Yep. And there's an insurance policy. So the main character, uh, likes to drink and likes to party, likes to have a good time. He's
Yep.
a rich dude. Um, and he doesn't want to stop doing that, but his liver says otherwise. So instead of changing his habits, he's got this clone insurance policy that says when the time comes, and that's when people get picked to go to the island, uh, because it's time to, um, you know, deliver on that insurance policy, and give the non-clone, like the
Mhm.
liver or the heart or whatever. Um, and yeah, interesting how we get to these these movies.
I mean, that's what I've been saying, which thought was like I thought was pretty good. In that I never, up until now, up until like 3 years ago, it was always just science fiction. And now it really is just a matter of science, but just time hadn't caught up with it yet.
Yeah, I had that
Right.
thought earlier when you brought up Tron. Like we know the new one's coming out in October,
Yep.
and similar to this podcast I listened to earlier this week, like if we can't predict what's going to happen next week, how successful will Tron be in actually depicting a future state? Like, will any of the things that are in Tron already be happening, like in the world? Because we are 6 months down the road from right now, and we will have developed that stuff. And like we watch it in Tron, and it won't be like, oh man, that would be cool. It'll be like, oh yeah, that's just like this thing I saw the other day. Like, okay, that's how it's gonna work. All right. Like, what are the chances? Like that exponential curve that we talk about, like that's what's gonna happen. And since we can't predict like what's gonna happen on the way up that curve, there's gonna be some like, man, wouldn't this be far out? And then like 3 to 6 months down the road, it's like, what? Like that's so like pedestrian. Like, where was your imagination? Like,
Right. What are you talking about?
it's like I thought it was unique. I thought it was intriguing. I thought it was innovative. That's the thing, man. Like
Well,
innovation today gets passed up tomorrow right now. that's why, like, from a product perspective, I think the only way to build apps and products like this, even fee, this fee thing that it suggested, like positioning yourself as somebody who can help is the position you want to be in that will be safe, right? In terms of like, so my suggestion when people ask me about taking a new product to market, especially in software, it's like it's so hard to educate on the problem and the solution that your app likely solves by the time you've educated on it. One of the big one of the big software companies like the Googles, OpenAIs, the Anthropics, even Salesforce, HubSpot, Microsoft, somebody's going to build it, right? And they just have they have much more reach than you do. It's just going to be so hard to compete at the level you need to actually make money. But it should be a very real source of opportunity generation where you just get their attention that this problem can be solved, but it's not a problem that's solved by a tool, right? It's solved by a mindset shift. It's solved by actually learning how to prevent the problem in the first place instead of trying to find a tool. So like if you're dealing with cancellation fees and like so much of that is related to like, oh, maybe we don't sign up for as much stuff. Like first, how about that? Like maybe we don't get into these contracts that nail us, you know, to the cross and we're stuck with fees forever. And that's where it's like using this app, and because you have this just abundant knowledge around it, you could even test that and say like, oh man, these 10 people could use this app, but I'm finding that it's hard for them to use it because they can't help themselves but sign up for more shit. So is there any other way I could help them? And it's like, yeah, build a 1 hour consult like for $100. And then, in the long run, that'll help you. And then it'll build you into a whole new business plan. Right? Literally anybody could just
This is so sick. So this is what Easy Extract is looking like in Git, or Easy Exit rather.
easy exit. I like it.
This is not a lovable project. This is for the main repo. That's what's funny is that it said that there wasn't, the project I was working on was a shitty lovable project because I wanted to see if the version 2 agent is actually any better than the version 1, which it's not. Sorry guys, it's still not creating worthwhile applications. It just does really cool bubble popping shit.
Right. I think that brought to mind when you brought up the V2 idea, like how much of that is market driven, or it's like, okay, everybody else is coming out with a V2. I guess we got to figure out what that looks like for us.
Right.
Because there's definitely an organic way that it's happening, but also if you're in the space, like that's one of the ways you're going to say, oh yeah, we're advancing too. And that's can definitely be a marketing ploy, like all day long. Right. But let's say in the case of that, it's not, we're even seeing this with HubSpot in terms of they just released the fact that they're rebuilding Breeze Copilot, right? Which was expected, at least if you've been paying attention, because it literally can't access all the data in the portal right now. So of course there's going to be a next level, but that's the part of the learning curve in the AI part where they're just continually building on the foundation. Even from an MCP perspective, HubSpot is going to learn a lot from how people use MCP. And you better be damn sure that whatever use case makes sense to build directly into the platform, they're going to do that. Like, that's how they keep up. To get to that point of parity, where sure, you could talk to your CRM through Claude, through GPT, or through this HubSpot homepage. Whatever makes sense for you, right? Here's the data layer infrastructure. That's our role at HubSpot. And whatever UI you want to use to access that data to help you do that thing, like, go for it. Our job is to make that data accessible in a contextual way so that you can use whatever stack you want. And that's where we're going, folks. So this learning curve and this building and V2s and V3s, like, it's going to be interesting to see. And just, I guess I'm asking you to use some critical thinking to say, just because this person has a V2 doesn't mean it's evolved or advanced as far as this other person's V2, right? Like, how, I'm sure when and how to launch Codex has been a question they've been asking themselves every day, because it seems like OpenAI can be very reactive in terms of, like, other stuff is happening in the market, and it's like, okay, time to launch this thing, I guess. It seems like that's how, like, there's no way the timing is that serendipitous to say, like, okay, this thing is ready just in time for, DeepSeek to release it for free. Like, when Deep Research came out. And I think you mentioned, Apple and Anthropic talking about an autocoder recently, and then now Codex lands.
Yeah.
So
Yeah, it's almost always like one right after the other. Let's see. Oh no, yeah. Like this.
so we came over to Replit.
Yeah, so what I'm doing is like, I can't see necessarily what Codex is doing, right? But it is making changes to data that's on my that's in my GitHub. So what I can do is I can go to my teammate in Replit. Oh, can we break this down wide? Yep, sorry. No. Oh, why is this not intuitive, Replit? Is it just the whole bar? Cool. All right. So yeah, we can come over to Replit and use that. Use the agent here. Assistant. And then
This is like, I'm realizing this is like the gaming equivalent of streaming for, like, SaaS people.
something. Yeah, it's very close, right?
Just getting in here, just building stuff, talking about what it means, what it could mean.
The only thing I'm not seeing, which is weird, how come they don't allow agent to plug in? But only, like, they allow for assistant. It's so odd. Okay. I mean, it's not a big deal, sort of, but it's not quite it's not exactly, it doesn't behave exactly the same. Let's put it that way. Let's see.
And so this is where, like, we talk about HubSpot in terms of customer data and that data layer, and it activating, like, whatever tool we're gonna connect to it.
Mhm.
In this way, we're seeing GitHub is the code layer. So now did some stuff in Codex. Since it's connected to GitHub, now you come over here to Replit, access the same data layer and are able to, do the previews that you want to see.
That's so odd, like what it's saying versus. Because it's looking in the right repo, but it's almost like it's taking a guess at what it's seeing. Because even if it's looking at the README. Oh, wait. Yep, never mind. Okay, so I need to tell it to go into the other branch. That's why. Sorry, guys. Again, I'm not a pro at this.
Unboxing. This is what unboxing looks like.
Right? So I want to create a new app, I guess.
And while having, at least for us, is at least fun, but we think meaningful conversation as well. All this stuff is happening in the background. Like, this is the part where the engineering, just a comment from Aaron here.
Naturally. I would.
Good to see you, Aaron.
And I should.
Bye.
Oh, hi.
We will see you tomorrow. But yeah, so like
main branch this?
When we talk about expertise and how to use it, the more you think it is a leverage to do all the things that are happening in the background, right? Even if you could do it a little faster, a little less clunky, a little cleaner, time spent doing that is time spent not thinking strategically. Right. And so while we're over here, like thinking and having strategic conversations about what could be, giving advice, consulting, this stuff is still happening in the background. Right. So even if you are an expert developer, you now have the ability to let these tools work and then use your expertise in much more scalable ways on a one-to-one level with the human beings around you. And if you're internal, like inside of an organization that is not understanding how to leverage and how to move forward and how to transition, you could probably be doing a lot more work to help with that. And if you don't, and there is a path, like you're basically making a choice, right? Like either I help my organization in this way or I don't. If you choose not to, why should they keep you?
It's a good no question, honestly.
Just like I'm sure your expectation on the other side is if they know that there's a path to take where they invest in tools like this and invest in training enablement. And for whatever reason, they choose not to. Why should they expect to keep you? Why should you stay? Like, it's been a while since it's made financial sense to make those decisions of like disempowerment and trying to hoard resources. Like we don't want to train our people because then they might leave and the investment doesn't make sense, and all the ways that we don't move forward. It's making, there is no defensibility like for it now.
Right.
Because you can take those same people and put them, it's so much easier to put people in a position to be successful for your organization than it's ever been before. And it's just, yeah. Which is the whole reason like value first is gonna explode, like honestly, because people just don't know, no matter how common sense that it is and it can be understood, it's challenging. Like there's so many dynamics and variables in play when trying to transition a like a small organization, let alone a big one, right? And as we talk about like starting from zero when you think about your tech stack and the challenge of tech debt and just mental debt about the way that it's always been done, like a startup and even an individual starting to move into your space doesn't have to unpack any of that baggage to just blast off in the way that we're describing. And almost
Right.
all the things preventing other people or organizations from doing the same thing is almost all mental. So hard to talk about uh, tools and AI without getting philosophical and existential about it.
This is sick. So within this task that I'm already working in, that is just basically looking and finding to see if there's any issues with one of the apps. Uh, Part of it was to go fix, like to go restore a missing dependency. So it created its own like subtask that it's doing now off to the side. Right. So like this is what I was talking about when it's like, oh, okay, there's that thing that needs to go, get looked at. All right, fine, kind of, go take a look at that. And then it's like, yeah, but and then I have to actually do this thing too. Like, all right, go ahead. Like whatever.
And this is why it classifies itself as software engineering.
Right.
And if any engineers out there, like feel free to speak up and tell us why uh, you think this is not engineering. But what's
I
being
mean,
described is.
to me, it's like like it is alien by comparison to like using Replit, while at the same time um being something that I'm just like, I don't know, like I'm gonna spend the weekend in, right?
Yeah.
Like it's not something that I'm gonna shy away from and be like, well, I'm not really don't really know what I'm doing there, so probably not gonna do that. Like, no, definitely going to get into it and do something exactly like that.
Yeah, and
Um,
that mindset is why we talk about the existential stuff all the time. Like even especially when you don't know, when you don't have the background, it could be very easy to be like, "Oh, this is so different from Replit. You know, I'm just gonna stay over in
yeah.
Replit, keep doing things over there." Instead of actually understanding like, "Oh, it is different because engineering is different from vibe coding." And I understand why that I don't need to understand why or how it's different right away. I just need to be willing to be like, okay, no, we can go learn that. Spend spend a few hours learning it. I mean, that's what happened to me last weekend. I mean, we've literally went from unboxing MCP on Friday morning, and then you and I building some stuff out on Saturday, and then my Sunday. And I get it, like not everybody's in the position to take this time, right? But um my Sunday was like learning MCP between Claude and HubSpot, like building out a new dev portal using a Claude project and learning what to count on MCP to do, um, which is like, building a little bit of stuff, maintaining a little bit of data, not asking it to do bulk tasks and bulk imports of data and all that stuff. Like it even told me like, yeah, don't use me for that stuff, bro. Like that's not
That's
the
fine.
value. Like
I'm a
it
bag.
might as well as what it should have said next. It was like, yeah, just go use the import tool in HubSpot. Like it's don't make me do this. It did say like I'm basically doing manual data entry one record at a time. Like, and that's why it's clunky. I was like, oh, you put it like that. Yeah, I probably shouldn't ask you to do that. But that only happens with like, spending time
Right.
with the new feature. And then since you're doing it with AI, alongside all these tools that are using AI, you build a foundation. Like I don't have to go, even if I go a few months, like maybe something comes up where it's like, okay, I can't focus on this right now. I come back to it. It's so easy to pick back up because all the knowledge is there in the AI project and it doesn't forget. And it's just, yeah.
Okay, so now I do want to see. I just want to test and see if we can like shake hands from one to the other. Super interested in it, only because of the fact that like then I can push all my Replit projects. That's the goal.
I'll get a handshake between where?
Get a handshake between. I mean, I know that I can, but it's like all of the stuff that I've been building in Replit, right? So like, where am I going with this? It's like now it's like I've added this third team member. So where it was just Claude and Replit working together, Claude would build out very much all of the. So like if we were doing this last week, you would see me using Claude and Replit, and I would kind of be doing the same thing where I'd be taking bits and pieces from GPT to feed over to Claude to then build out the initial, not necessarily the MVP, but to build out the interface design for like whatever stages of the application it were. And then to like build out the instruction, like developer instructions, all that kind of stuff. And then to even do all the prompts. And then I'd come into Replit and I'd feed all that stuff in. With this, what I'm hoping is that it's almost like the ultimate form of vibe coding, right? Because now, like, there are points at which, like, the Replit model either will, like, if you're trying to build a seriously complicated app, right? Replit's only going to go so far. So it'll go further than Lovable, I'll tell you that much. But honestly, it goes further than almost all of them. I don't compare it necessarily to Windsurf because Windsurf's more like it's an IDE, like it's very advanced Visual Studio, right? So this is like, I don't know, this is different to me only because of the fact that you can like literally just build and deploy straight out the gate, like inside of 10 minutes, depending on what you're building. So yeah, it would be sick to me to be able to like build not only the MVP, but like I have stuff that is just seriously close, but it's super complicated. And it's been a huge pain in the ass where it's like $1 per like correction because it takes a little bit to get it to actually get to that point. As opposed to like getting to the MVP is $1. Right. Getting to the final program is where it gets to be like $50 to $100, right? And so listen to that level of complaint. I'm complaining about not being able to build out a full application for less than $100.
Yeah.
How you like them apples, right? Yeah. So in order to solve this problem, my theory is that I can basically have Codex work in conjunction with Replit. They're both connected to the same repo. And one is double checking, the software engineer is double checking the developer's code.
Yes.
And doing the necessary updates.
The gap has been like there's a vibe coder and there's Nico and there's been no software engineer. Right? Now you have one. Like
right.
And it's not like, since we're talking about dollars and cents, like obviously Nico did sign up for this. It's at the $200 level of chat. But like we saw last time, at some point, it's either going to come down to the other levels with some restrictions or limits or whatever, and or become easy to utilize via credit-based usage system, right?
Mhm.
Probably both, right? Depending on which sides of the um, tool you're plugged into. Um, but yeah, it's literally like, and this is where I'm sure they've been sitting on this for a while, but it's hard to fathom like the learning that all the AI is doing and all of the leaders and the teams that these AI companies are doing by watching all of it. Like they can see the explosion of vibe coding, and they can also see all these engineers saying, "Yep, you're going to be bringing us in 3 years to fix all this shit because these are
Ooh.
exactly the problems that it has." And then it's like, okay, we'll just make sure Codex solves those problems. Like, cool. Thanks for the heads up. Like,
But you still can't. You can rename it. That's about it.
I saw a nice reaction from you there, Nico.
Yeah, I hadn't noticed like you can pile up canvases before. I don't know when this happened. I
Okay.
thought you could only do them one at a time. So that's real nice, but like even like it shows it in a file thing. It would just be so nice to be able to like, yeah, you can output it, but like if you're doing it within a project, right? It would be nice to be able to like know that you could add it to the project. Anyway, um, then it would be like
You mean like Claude?
I think that there's some features, right? Because I don't see it. I don't see uh any sort of like IP fights between the two of them in terms of
Right.
like features. It seems like they kind of just decide between themselves, like, hey, are you gonna do this or hey, are you gonna do that? Right. Um so I do get it because to be honest with you, if GPT had that, I probably would like I could easily make the shift. Like that is very much one of the like principal things that keeps me using Claude is the fact that I can very easily store the conversational data so that I'm not having to like go recreate it manually all the time. I mean, this is better because at least now I don't have to like shift through canvases to find the thing I was talking about, and I can tell it to create a new one, I suppose. Um, so that's
Yeah.
better. Huh. All right. Yeah, I'll think on it. Um, it's not bad. I mean, look, copy paste to a Google Doc, but still, it's a pain in the ass.
Yeah.
Okay, so we're gonna come back to. Okay, so what are we gonna? How are we gonna do? How we? I guess the idea is to go forward with Replit and then pick up with Codex, right?
I trust you.
Let's try it that way. See what happens. So it should see that there's like nothing. Nice and empty. Okay.
So this
So
we did some um introductory stuff with Codex, right?
yeah. Well, no, not yet. So that's what I was asking is like, do we want to? Which I think that's sort of the way I want to do it. I want to see how well Codex writes it, as because I know I have an idea of how Replit's going to come out with it. So I kind of want to see what Codex does like right out the gate, to see like just to see like what its
Okay.
coding looks like. Let's put it that way.
So we did
Um,
some planning and some strategic like design and modeling with chat and Codex,
yeah,
right?
yeah. So yeah, so far it is just chat and codecs. We've connected codecs and replit to the same repository, so that they can sort of see each other. I've got the coding environment open, so if we wanted to like manually take a look at that, to see changes, and I think other than that, she's good to go. Um, so nothing like, I know this is ahead of what we were doing earlier with like the one sentence prompt for this type of thing. So I am gonna have mercy.
Well, no, I think this is
I
where,
don't I don't want to go like, oh, do you want to do it that way? Because I
yeah,
guess,
no, I think
Aaron,
'cause
is
this
there
is like real, like we're trying to emulate, like, okay, we're ready to develop the app,
right?
right? Like we figured out what we want, and now it looks like you're about to compare what it looks like to code through Codex versus Replit.
Yeah, so let's at least give it a little bit more context and direction on this because I don't want it to assume that it's humans doing it. We're using a coding platform to do this. It's what's known as a vibe coding platform. So what I'm going to need you to do is reframe the instructions so that it's structured much more like a natural language prompt rather than specific instructions on what software to use and things of that nature. Search, boy, search. So then I get a new canvas of stuff would be awesome. That's what I'm going to end up doing is programming the custom instructions to, hey, every time you answer, put it in a canvas. Yes, good job, buddy.
And this is like instead of a specifications doc,
Right.
basically.
Yeah. So, this is more, this is more like what somebody would ask for, right? Like they wouldn't
Yeah.
really know to ask for a spec doc. So that's why I didn't really want to use that. I like that. Man, that's awesome.
And this is
Except for
like
the
just a, sorry, go ahead.
No, except for like this is about the only thing that we're not really gonna include, but outside of that,
And this is like similar to where I started last weekend and started learning. Like I could give Claude 188 properties to build in HubSpot the way that I want to name them, the way that I'm structuring them. And it worked. Um, but then the next day, I had a Claude project where it's like we built out, like all the docs were in the project, right?
Mhm.
The data model plan, the like naming conventions, all this stuff. And my prompt to Claude was like, all right, let's start building the deliverable object out. And it started building the properties it wanted to do first, in the way that, matched the documentation, but was not like, follow this human plan, please, while you do this. It's like, do it the way that makes sense for you to get it done, is what I'm essentially doing there when I don't give it direct instructions of how I want it to be built out.
Right.
Right. And that's where, like, one of the issues I have personally is like, I'm either all in or I'm not doing anything at all. And like, so the reason there was 180 properties because we were using the whole periodic table to create properties based on each element in it. And it's like, for me, instead of trying to figure out like, are we going to need all of the elements represented? Like, probably not. But I'm like, let's just in case, let's just do it all. Just do it all right now. And um, but then and that's because that's like how I operate, right? It's like, um, if I choose 50, then what happens when this other one comes out? And it's like,
Mhm.
okay, right. Instead, when I ask Claude to do it, it does it based on all the knowledge it has and says, yeah, these ones make sense to build out right now. And since I'm learning that Claude can work effectively that way, now when the new edge cases do come up, I'm just gonna be like, hey, Claude, got an order for this. We haven't built it out yet, but can you go ahead and do that? Can you like adjust the properties, adjust the objects,
Handle
make
that
the
for me.
adjustments that are needed? I don't even have to give it. I don't have to tell it which option to add. I don't have to tell it which property. It's going to see the situation and build appropriately. And then I'm going to review at this moment in time of working with AI, I am going to review it. And one of the things I think everybody is sleeping on in relationship to this, especially as it relates to how unfortunate, I'll use that word, SaaS can be in terms of an experience of working with multiple systems, and why I think it's going to be so easy for people to graduate towards building their own tech stacks. That process that I just described, where I said, all right, Claude, let's build it out. Then instead of giving it the 188 properties sheet, I'm like, hey, this is what I need. I need to represent elements. I need it to be represented with these two properties. So go ahead and build those out. And it started with like 40 some properties, right? Then I look at it and I say, okay, shit, I didn't consider this other thing that I need. How do you think we should do that? Like, I don't know if it should just be a third property for each element. Let's rethink this. And in a matter of minutes, it has been rethought. And we come up with a new plan. And I go into HubSpot, archive all those properties that were just made, and create new ones in a matter of minutes. That process alone, that's the type of process that we don't fix those problems because we're out of scope, we're out of hours, where it's going to cost more money. It's like sunk cost. It will be expensive to fix it. So we'll just deal with it right now and create these workarounds and bad processes because we cannot spend more time, money, whatever, on actually doing it the way that we all know it should be done. Right? And that ability to iterate almost across all AI use cases is the thing that is like so valuable, that like once you're in it, you start to experience it, it starts to make sense. But like it's just yeah, man, the ability to just rethink things and then redo it. I think that's where, when we talk about managed services and the cost of SaaS and the cost of development, like if you've been making money off of that game, I can say like out loud, I'm gonna do everything in my power to make sure people have MCP in their hands so that they don't have to go through that stuff anymore. And looks like you're taking Aaron's advice here.
Yes, I'm pulling that together to do like a just wanted to see what this looks like.
Aaron, for those who don't know, is one of those software engineers that we're talking about in terms of like, this is an example of, you know, where there could be value. Like, oh, just try it this way. Like,
And that's the thing is, I'm sure it's the same way for you. It's weird to me. I guess it seems weird, but then it makes sense. Like there are some studies that are showing that like some people are using this and it's going the opposite direction, right? Which again, going to have that curve. If there's people who use it and get really smart from it, there's going to be people who use it and just continue to do dumb stuff. And not necessarily that doing that is what's doing it. It's that they are giving up on thinking critically. So they just let the machine do all of the thinking and decision making and problem solving for them. So at that point, it's like, look, some of us watch It's Sunny in Philly, right? Every once in a while. But that's because you're tired of thinking about algorithms and CRMs and GTM strategies and all that kind of stuff. And you just want to just destroy your brain for like an hour or two and then come back to it, right?
Yeah.
If you're doing that 8 hours a day, that's a different story.
Right.
Right.
And in
So
those
there's-
cases,
yeah.
like it's use case dependent, I think, on how valuable, on any level of value that you might get. Because what comes to mind, and this is probably just me enabling me taking a shot at advertising whenever possible right now. Like if you're using this tool, if you're using this technology, this abundance to hyper optimize ads and making ads more scalable, in making things that may not be needed in the future easier to accomplish, even more like higher performing. Like, yeah, you might get some short-term returns, but if that's where you're building your skills, be careful. But I know you're not going to be, because if you've chosen that route, you're like, oh man, how can we make this thing that's always made us money? How can we get it to survive in this world where it looks like it might not be needed? Oh, let's make it more efficient. Let's make it better. And you're just like, you're sprinting up the other side of that U. And like, it's not going to be a nice fall back, like down the U when it's like, oh, buying agents, it's been proven that they do not look at ads. They do not need ads. And just, it's not going to be a gradual shift either. I think that's what's hard to wrap your mind around. It's going to be like all of a sudden, just this mad rush. And maybe it's going to take a Black Friday situation to just understand like, oh shit. Humans are not the ones buying the stuff. And all of a sudden, because that's where the retailers, how much is going to change for them?
Right.
They don't care about your ads and whether or not they're bringing people to the store or not. They're caring about people. Like there's now an avenue for them to just get so good at displaying product information, and like they can all become Amazon very quickly in terms of just displaying that information properly, so that nobody needs ads. And the bigger they are, the faster they're going to get it, the easier it's going to be they're going to be able to shift to that future. Yeah. Either way, critical thinking, super important. And if you feel like you're weak in that, like use AI. And then you can find enjoyment like Nico is finding right now out of using these brilliant tools.
So this is why we're using, this is why I wanted to look at building it in Codex versus Replit. Because if you're building this in Replit, it's not the end of the world, but what ends up happening is you're using unagent. And so it's just one as she goes, and then you just kick back and wait, right? Like it'll tell you, like, come back in 10 minutes, whatever. Whereas here, like this is my dream world, right? Because I can just do this.
Stop it. Oh my Lord.
And then I can just go view them all at the same time, working on their individual things. Doop.
It's like coding swarms.
Yeah, so I was about to show you that, which is another thing that exists, and it's going to be the next step. I just haven't signed up for it because I don't really have. I mean, my God, I just don't have, guys. I can only do so much You know what I mean? I want to show you guys like what this thing could do, but it's whatever. Okay, so what's Blitzy? What the hell is this? Why are we looking at it? Blitzy is codecs times 1,000, literally. So like codecs, cool. Like I've got five guys, no pun intended, um, out there working on these problems, fixing these problems on their own, right? Looks like this dude's done. We'll find out. Because so why is this so awesome to me? Because this is a contractor,
Yep.
right? I'm the client. Here's my contractor. He's now subcontracted these tasks out. So I'm going to attempt, because that's how I think this works. He was working on get ignore. So let's take a look at that.
Yeah. In this world of agent swarms and just scalability of, say, the subcontracted AIs in this case, like it solves for one of the weaknesses people like to highlight, which is like the more information, like the more bulk the activity is, especially when we talk about data, customer data, like the more likely it is for less than outcomes, let's say, like lower quality outcomes, lower quality outputs, because just like a human being, the more information, the more ability to overthink things, the more ability to connect dots that should not be connected and miss the ones that should be connected. Like you're going to lose context through all that volume of data. Or instead, like this is where, like, if you were to take one agent and say, okay, I've got these 200 companies that I want to do an ABM approach, and I need to research them all and come back to me with the like the results in the top 10, right? Versus telling 200 agents to go research one company each. And since we know that when it's a specific task, like one-to-one task, it's very, very good. Now it's been done very, very well 200 times. And the output that can come back from that is better than asking one to do it. So already we're starting to solve for any weaknesses in the matrix, if you will.
I do love that aspect of it. Okay.
So instead of, like, just know that if you're one of the ones highlighting where all the weaknesses are and you think that you're going to fill that role, like, all you're doing is highlighting the weaknesses for the people that are going to fix them, are going to solve for them. So you can either highlight it and say, okay, I'm safe, I'm going to be okay. Or you can highlight it and say, I'm going to be one of the ones that help solve for that weakness. Not because I'm doing the work, but because all these tools are available. This path is in motion. Like that's where, like, when you talk about just sharing knowledge and the expertise and what you could be doing, what the value you could be creating for yourself and others, there's still so much opportunity. Like there's something, like I did some deep research with chat on like the concept of, like, I came out with my first value first newsletter a couple weeks ago about like extraction versus creation versus multiplication when it comes to value. And most people think about LinkedIn as a place to extract value, when in reality, like 90% of LinkedIn users are just sitting back, lurking, consuming on a very, inconsistent basis. 9% are engaging, creating value, like posting, creating content. And then I forget what the 1% is, like, but it's this rule. So basically, like, there's so much opportunity for you to get on to a platform like LinkedIn and start sharing your expertise in the way based on your experiences that you can create and multiply value for yourself very quickly. So that situation I just described, where you can show up basically complaining about where these tools lack and thinking that it's a safe spot for you to just keep doing that without actually adding value to the conversation, because you think you're going to be called in to come in and fix the problem and that's your value. Or you can start talking about it in a valuable way and create a brand, again, don't overthink it. You're creating value for yourself and others. When you show up, you add value, and you're going to help solve for these problems in ways that are meaningful.
It's only some stuff that I can actually fix. Yep. Cool. So we're trying to get it to just make some corrections. I know it, it's like, oh, there's an image missing, which is mentioned in the README. Great. It's not going to be able to produce images and put them in the README. So we'll worry about that at another time. Like no tests being there. We're not going to run any. Find simple roast crate. So I know, Aaron. I know. I don't even have to look. I know you're shaking your head, sitting there like, wow, this is the most amateur shit I've ever seen in my life. And it is. It is. There's no zero shame in my game. Okay, we're gonna put that in there. Oh wait, yeah. That's just existing. Okay. Oh, wow.
Did you get to that part?
Yeah, like here I am being like, oh, well, let's make tasks for these because I don't want to have to wait for that. That's insane. Yeah, dude, go ahead and have at it.
And it was literally doing what you were doing, right?
Yeah, it was setting up the task. It had already set them up.
And just to set the record straight, like, Aaron does not judge. Okay.
No, it's in your head though. In your head.
I don't know about
You're
that.
definitely sitting there like I know it's all right. I'm not saying judging, but I'm sure you see some of it and because I can't imagine like as a pro that you're sitting there watching like a complete amateur just like fumble around entirely and like I'm sure there's probably things that we're supposed to be doing that we're not like even looking at or whatever it might be. So I'm just laughing in my own head because I'm sure I can only imagine like you're sitting on the other side like, no, it's supposed to be that thing right there. You don't realize it's screwing your shit up 6 ways from Sunday. Oh man.
I just gave her a link in case she wants to come on and defend herself.
Oh, there's no defense. Okay.
We'll see her tomorrow if she can't join right now. But this is powerful stuff, man.
I know, like compared to what we've been doing. I mean, like, and Chris has been doing a lot of this himself too. And like he says, it's really that simple. It's like if if you have a problem, I mean, kind of, like it's really like we're so close. We're like maybe what? We're maybe like 2, 3 months away tops, man. Tops.
Yeah.
But that's something around. I
And that's
mean,
where,
yeah,
like I
it's been
said at
the
the
same.
top, right? Like the expertise that we're developing is to know. I mean,
So that's an
sorry, this
interesting
just
thing,
this
right?
is
Like how how do you find so the only way I can describe this, and I don't know if you all played it, but I'm sure it is similar. Again, like what's happening to me in real life is that like real life is getting nerfed, right? So like all the things that used to be difficult in our everyday lives are now way easier because of this technology. Okay. So people are getting rightfully pissed off because the stuff used to be difficult and now it's not, right? Um, Look, I used to get super pissed off at, laser design print shops for t-shirts because they looked really cool. They actually lasted a long, long time, and you didn't have to do printmaking. Like have the ink and put it on the etching and make sure your etching was like perfect and everything. Um, Not even the people who were doing, whatever I want to anyway. Um, so yeah, it definitely sucks to watch somebody be able to do something that you used to be able to do in an old school way and a new school way and still accomplish it. But people still go to Japan and still pay a ridiculous amount of money and then wait for like 3 years to get a sword.
yeah. Calligraphy's
Calligraphy,
similar,
man.
right? Like,
Yeah,
and we're
like
gonna
it
keep seeing stuff like that. Um, right? And that's where again, like it came to me how to maybe finish this. Like right away, I wasn't sure if I wanted to start quoting I think it's Kenny Rogers, Willie Nelson, one of those two old country dudes. Like as you're working with these tools, and what we said at the top, like understand that the mistakes can be made, review, right? Know when to hold them, know when to fold them, and know when to walk away. Like that's what we're learning as we use these tools with no preconceived notions about how it should work, how it's supposed to work. But we can use common sense to feel like, oh man, yep, that didn't go well. And that doesn't feel right. But then it's not like that the walking away part is like, okay, maybe I should use a different AI, for this part of the process. Like, but at the very least, it's like, okay, that didn't go how I expected. And you ask the AI why,
right.
and it will tell you. Uh, Like I had to do that right out the gate uh, with Claude, with HubSpot MCP.
Mhm.
And this is where it's like, just like, again, like if you separate this from like, this is an AI, it's how it's supposed to how it's how it's supposed to work versus human, when in reality, it's doing what it's doing based on human training data. And like when you delegate any task to somebody else, whether it's AI or human, the same rules apply, right? So what happened? I'm building out this Claude memory extension project where it's basically turning HubSpot into like a makeshift RAG of sorts uh, in combination with Claude, because Claude doesn't have memory across chats and across projects. I'm starting to save stuff into HubSpot. And we developed, a data model that included a custom objects for a Claude project and a Claude chat. So at the end of each chat, I can just say, hey, Claude, store this in HubSpot, and it'll create the record. Well, one thing it can't do yet is create custom objects, which we had talked about on our Saturday show. and I had either forgotten about or just wanted to make sure, either way. And so it was going to make this Claude project custom object with a bunch of properties. And this is where the instructions to this point were just like, here's how implementation is going to go, like whatever. And so what do you think it did, Nico, when it went to try and do that and the custom object was not there and it figured out it could not make it?
It gave you the detailed instructions on how to do it.
No. Well,
It actually,
yeah, it gave me the instructions on how to make the object, but also kept going with the task of creating properties.
Oh, right.
So where did it create those properties?
On an object that it felt could suffice for what it is that you needed.
Yes.
Yep.
A workaround that we know human admins all over the world will do. Yep. And unfortunately for it chose my least favorite object, the lead object, to do that on. And so right away, I was able to say, no, like, don't ever do that again. If you're gonna, and that's the thing, like, it could be easy to say, like, oh man, we shouldn't be, like, we should be scared that it's gonna just move on its own volition to create this workaround and create it in some place it wasn't meant to be. But that's exactly how human admins work. Like, this is exactly what they do without taking a step back, going back to the person that asked them to do the project in the first place and say, hey, there's a roadblock here. And either I need you to create the custom object and we can put it there, or we need to figure out how else we want to capture this information in the system. Instead, they don't go back. They're like, okay, well, let's just make the properties over on this object instead. And then we'll recreate the process. Well, this is where it's like, it gets crazy about how we actually work. And this is what's trained the AI so far, right? So instead, at that point, so that could be like, I have the option there of saying, all right, HubSpot MCP is limited and I'm going to have to take extra care. There's no way this is ever touching a production portal. We can't trust it yet because it's just going to do. No. Instead, I work with Claude and I say, look, that's not okay that just happened. If, like, I want you to be able to do a little bit of troubleshooting. But if you get to the point where you can no longer move forward with creating that thing, you are not to build workarounds. And so if that's how I want it to go, tell me how to create instructions to make sure this doesn't happen again. And it gave me those instructions. And I said, so should I rebuild the whole instructions or can I just add this on to the end of the custom instructions? And it says you can just add them on the end. I have not had that problem again. Like, taking those instructions over to any other project now, that's the part, even me, like, I don't have to relive that with other projects in the portal. I can just take those instructions, because I can tell you, I can definitely understand when I haven't added those instructions yet, right? And it's a quick reminder to be like, oh, yeah, let me update the instructions, right? And make sure Claude understands the new instructions. And then there's no more workarounds. And as that's this learning curve where it's like, learn how it works, right? And to say, like, you don't have to painfully watch it. I said straight up, like, it's painful the way that you're having to check all these things in the portal every time I ask you to do this thing. So what can we do differently? And most of the time it's like, well, add this kind of documentation to the knowledge base, add this kind, then I know which IDs to look for. Then I don't just have to look. I'm not just pinging the API to give me back information that then I have to analyze to understand what's the right route to go. Right. And it's so interesting how it relates to the evolution of HubSpot right now. Because one of the things that's happening is custom objects and objects in general. They're moving away from using the names as labels to find things like via API and integrations.
Yeah.
And they're moving towards IDs. And that's probably some instructions I need to create and put them in the instructions, because every time it will look for the label, it will look for the name of the object first, and then figure out that it needs to use the ID instead. And it's just, why is it doing that? It's because the training data says, this is how you access the API in HubSpot. This is how it works. All these how-to guides have been published all over the place. And a lot of them probably still say, just look for the name of the object. And it's not the way anymore. Right?
Mm-hmm.
But also, this is where, as a user, let's say I do the work, because I've done this before, where it's I didn't have access to this.
Right.
I know how easy it is to go activate, a GitHub account and start working. But it's so easy to find myself at a roadblock where it's okay, I don't have any developer skills to understand maybe that easy switch to say, oh, if I guess just go look at the ID instead of the name, I will solve this problem I've run into. I don't have the knowledge to do that. So I will be stopped, because the guide that I'm using, the thing that I'm using to understand and move forward, is telling me to do it a certain way, and that way is not working. Because I can use Claude now, it can iterate and learn and look for other resources very quickly, and then, oh, yep, this way works. Let's do that.
And I've noticed more companies are shifting towards that, right? It's a logical thing. If agents are doing stuff for us and we're not having to do it, then again, we're not, if they're doing all the online stuff, then we're not doing any online stuff. Not really. All the online stuff that we're going to do is going to be entertainment related. It's not going to be work related. It is work to go through some people's shopping sites. Most people's shopping sites. There are very few sites that, and of course they're seriously high-end brands. There are very few sites that take the time to make sure that their site experience is as amazing as their brand would be in real life. Right. Or at least in the same manner as it would be in real life.
And
Lowe's and Home Depot, and Walmart, your sites are as confusing as your stores are. So yeah, it's a direct reflection on your brand. It is a clunky conglomerate, thrown together haberdashery of stuff, right? Gigantic haberdashery.
And what I'm seeing in B2B is it's rarely because the leadership does not want to do that. They almost always want to do that and know how detrimental it is to not have a great experience up on the site. They just don't know how to get it. They don't know how to put it up in a way that's not hundreds of thousands of dollars, asking some development team to come implement this new software, develop this new thing that now has egregious prerequisites. We're going to build in all these places. We're going to use all this specialized software. You're going to rely on us to maintain it. And you're going to have to pay us a lot of money to do that. And that's where I've seen it real time. SaaS has been in a place where it's been comfortable doing that. Meanwhile, leaders who really need that support, they look at that $100,000 proposal, the $200,000, the hundreds of hours of work. They take less than 60 seconds to say no to that. Like, it's just like, okay, I guess we don't do it. Like, I'm just not in for that. Like, and because there's so many stories about the ones who have gone in for that, doesn't go well because the tools at the end of the day aren't the solves, right? The how it gets done, the how it's built, this sunk cost that I talked about earlier, like painting yourselves into a corner, going down the dead end route, and then not being able to turn around easily and find a new path. Like, these tools are going to allow for businesses to audible quickly, to pivot quickly. And it doesn't take high developer skills, high engineering skills anymore.
And it's like, so here's the thing, like I know it sounds like, the way in which we say it makes it sound bad, but the thing that I realized is that, I was messing around. I do a lot of lately, but I have been in the past too. I have like over 200 tracks. Um, I do a lot of work with Suno, and which is a music software application, and I really love it. And I love it because of the fact that there are certain types of music that I love that there's just not enough of, right? And it's not a matter of um appreciation for artists or anything like that. Everybody is everybody's a little bit different in how they consume content, whether it's visual, like audible, whatever it might be. So with music, I just literally like something that sounds good. If it sounds good to my ear, then I'm good with it. It doesn't have to be a particular artist, but when it is, when I do find an artist and a whole like band or whatever that does that type of music, that's obviously a huge plus. What becomes a detriment though is that over time, those artists tend to want to change their style a little bit, want to go outside the box and experiment. Tired of doing the same thing. Some of them go in horrific directions. Some of them have like life things that happen to them, fully understandably. And that's what changes the course of the river for them. Right. So, in other words, there are plenty of artists that I listen to that either died before I was born, um, have changed their style dramatically, or we're a band when I was younger and have since broken up and never got back together. Look at what happened to Daft Punk. I'm not going to stop listening to Daft Punk type music. I'm just going to make my own. So, like, what does that do to Daft Punk? I don't know. If they ever start making music again, I'll listen to it because I like the way they do stuff. I'll listen. Look, people who are in bands don't ignore other bands, right? They listen to other bands' music. That's what inspired them to become musicians, right? So it doesn't deter me from it. But yeah, I will admit, like even my wife's actually like hooked on a couple of tracks that I put together. Um, I'll admit that like basically, uh, I do. I listen to my music, I guess, a lot more lately than I do like Spotify. It's like more of a mix now, back and forth, right?
Yeah.
Yes, yeah, I mean,
On that,
that's definitely right.
right?
That's
And just
that
like we're
is.
talking about songs right now, replace the word song with absolutely anything right now.
Right.
That is that is what is why we use the word abundance when it comes to using AI and collaborating with AI. Isn't it in this case of this show? But isn't it amazing? You can take your tech stack that you like and change parts you don't like. Your
Yep.
CRM, your ERP, your website, your marketing campaign, your
And what
help
was it?
desk,
Oh,
like across the whole journey,
maybe buying something
your
else.
e-commerce, your sales process, like, and change parts you don't like in a way that you know for sure will not also change the parts you do like, right? Which is all the time. That's the sacrifice SaaS forces us to make. Like
Mhm.
in order to create, like so commonly, like we move in as companies grow, they move into the ERP space because they got to get a handle on operations and making sure they're scaling. So the worst thing that could happen is the margins change and all of a sudden they're not making money anymore. Right. And when they do that, if they move all the way in, they for sure sacrifice customer experience and the experience of all the users being able to use systems, even if it's a spreadsheet. Like we have all this flexibility before we go into systems. That's why people stay in spreadsheets and on the phone and go into in-person meetings. We're not stuck in this rigid way of like, oh, it's got to be done this way to get the output that you want. Right. And SaaS inherently makes you sacrifice all the time to get to the thing that you want. You're like, oh man, this new thing, it handles like 95% of what we want, which is good enough. So we're going to jump in knowing that we cannot do that 5%. And I
Now,
guess we'll look for another app to serve that instead of just now. Like literally, I'm using Claude MCP to build out project management in HubSpot. Right? Which is something that everybody wants to be able to do in HubSpot. But the true this is where I am not a certified project manager. I don't have tons of experience using project management tools. But whenever anybody shows up and says, yeah, you can't do that in HubSpot. And then but I know things like Monday CRM was a project management tool first and was able to flip into CRM mode. Like, well, like all the building blocks are in HubSpot, in my opinion, to be able to do that. The ability to comment at other people. Like the one thing that I know is missing is all this nesting and this displaying of like Gantt charts and things like that. Right? Guess what Claude can do? It can nest things in a way that allows us to keep track of things effectively. But since I don't have to use HubSpot's interface, Claude can handle the complexity of like just naming things in a way consistently that allows you to see on the screen that it looks very similar to nesting. Like I don't have all the clicks and I don't need all the clicks because I'm not the one changing the data in the system. Right. And by the time I get in there, I just see a report on what's been done, which is what most people want out of a project management system, to understand the state of things, not to actually go in and check all the fucking boxes. Like that's not why you buy project management.
no.
You do that to get the outcomes that you want. So yeah, HubSpot has been able to do 95% of what I wanted to do. And now I'm not required to buy a different SaaS software. That's what I'm separating SaaS from LLMs here, right? Even though it's a
Mhm.
subscription based like user interface model, right? But I don't need to go out and install and learn and empower people to go use Asana or ClickUp or all these other systems where it just adds, like, it feels like, okay, we're going to solve for this part. It's going to be no problem. We're going to plug it in. And now everybody's got to log into an additional system. They got to adopt a new system. We know that doesn't work. Like, we know it doesn't. And now it's going to be very apparent that we don't have to take that route anymore.
Zero barrier to entry.
Yeah. So
And
literally,
yeah, again, like I don't see why it shouldn't be. And when we were talking about, I'll show you guys. Like, I know we talked about Blitzy, but I want to actually hold on a second. I have to redo it because there's no audio if you don't do it properly at the right time. I don't know.
and if Blitzy, of course, catches wind of this, show,
Would
maybe
love,
maybe we can do some testing and
would love to do it.
building.
They told us to aim smaller.
Brilliant technologists looked me in the eye and said that this could never be done.
We ignored them. Introducing Blitzy's autonomous development platform.
Blitzy builds 80% plus of enterprise-grade software projects completely autonomously, compressing development timelines from months to days.
Other AI systems think for seconds. Blitzy's System 2 AI thinks for hours, using thousands of purpose-built AI agents to recursively improve the quality of the code before you ever see it.
Our output is not perfect yet, but it is the fastest way to build large development projects as of today. If your project needs it, Blitzy can output up to 300,000 lines of code in a single run.
Before bringing Blitzy to you all, we put it to the test. 2 teams of 2 independent developers with the same project. One with Blitzy and one without. The Blitzy team blew them out of the water.
I was really curious about what the AI is capable of. I was really impressed from the beginning by the documentation and the solution architecture that it provided right from the day one.
Existing development
They clearly don't work at the office all the time.
that works today is AI supported. But what if you could flip that and have AI do most of the work and only have the humans fill in and do the rest?
That was fantastic. I mean, what an amazing platform, right? You guys have built something that I think is really exciting because it can just put things out there so much faster, right? Higher quality code, something that's delivered much more rapidly than a lot of companies might be used to. And from a product management standpoint, it's kind of like a dream come true.
So go to blitzy.com today for a limited time, 7-day free trial of autonomous development.
Start building your enterprise-grade product today.
So there's that. As if it's like just a thing. Oops. Okay. So that's what Blitzy is all about. I gotta complain really fast about Figma. Not that I don't complain about people enough, but one of the things that really kills me about some brands is how you guys miss the simplest things, right? So I know that you released new features and I want to go show people what those new features are. So I type in, like everybody does, your web address, and then I hit enter. Please prove me wrong. Nope. And for whatever reason, instead of taking me to your website where I can look at your new features, you just take me right to my project folder where I then can't really go to your website. So now I have to waste time and go Google Figma new Figma AI features. And now I can go to it because it's part of your, it's I don't understand. I just don't understand what you guys are doing. Do you not ever use your own software or something like that? Have you not used it?
Not
Do
usually.
you is that not the look? It's I'm sorry. That's the most. Why is that a thing? Why is it a thing when I type in your business's website that it goes to my into my account, into my project folder, and skips you showing me anything new that's come out? Why don't you at least have a pop-up? There was nothing. You just logged me straight into my account. There was nothing about like, hey, a new Figma feature. Nothing.
Do it with HubSpot real quick.
It's going to take you to the front page and it'll say, go to my account. Sometimes, very rarely, you're already logged in.
No.
But lately, it's been doing front page,
Right.
go to my account.
Right. This is how, if I'm understanding you correctly, this is how it's supposed to work.
Yeah,
right?
you know, where I can see, hey, look, all this brand new stuff that's come out. Just either that or I can go to my account, right?
Right.
One of the two.
Yeah.
Don't determine for me. Don't make the assumption, because what do you do when you assume, right?
Yeah.
You've wasted both of our time. So,
yeah.
And it's like, yeah, I'm not going to stop using your brand because of it. I've gotten over it. I've gotten over the whole thing of like, oh, I'm going to protest your brand because you suck.
Like PLG sucks for the user experience. Like it's 100% for the bottom line. Like, because that's how they think that's the best way to present new features to you as a user, is when you are in platform and like there's a button that says view our plans, like on your other screen. That's how they think. Well, that's how they've determined that's the best way to display features to you that you might not be using, is so that you can upgrade, right?
Wow, see, you couldn't edit a video to put it up there, so you just clipped your keynote. I'm not even gonna bother, man. We're doing a show. We're doing like unboxing. Like we don't have time for that, really.
So I think it's fair. And see, that's where it's just so challenging to like try and predict user behavior on behalf of the user.
Guys, so like I'm having to zoom in. So like that's 100%. I can't even read what's going on, let alone like, oh, cool, summarize. And then I don't know where that's happening.
Yeah.
I guess right in front of the board, right? All right, so let's go check it out. And Big Jam. So that's hilarious. It's I guess it's supposed to be on the left-hand side, but it's on the right-hand side now.
So help us understand why we're coming into Fig Jam.
Oh no, I just wanted to like show that it's supposed to have this. You really can't zoom in on anything. It's supposed to have like this new AI aspect of things, but I don't know, maybe it's not advanced prototyping, I guess. Yeah. And what's your monthly? Ooh. Not this week, maybe next week. We just dropped $200 today, so we'll take a look at it later. All right. Each one builds on the previous. So the only the only drawback I'm noticing to this is that Codex is definitely acting as and that's kind of why I was thinking of like bringing in Replit. Codex is definitely acting as like just doer. Like it is not trying to have a conversation with you at all.
Right. Kind of like operator. Yeah.
Yeah.
So definitely not vibe. Like definitely like
no, because even operator will like it will think about what it is that you told it, but it what do you call it? It'll think about what you told it, but at the same time it'll come back and have rational conversation. Like it won't it won't just like sit there and do nothing.
So maybe a lot like the software engineers. They don't have people skills, Nico. We have people skills. We talk to the customers because the engineers
take the paper from the customers down to the engineers. I'm useful. All Okay, so this is where, again, I've done this in a very different, in a backwards way than I'm used to. I'm used to going from Replit to something else. And let's just be honest, that's really the way that I should have done it. From the perspective of like having worked in vibe coders, I definitely would suggest like working in your vibe coding platform and then like using Codex to check, only because of the fact that it feels like I'm working in a black box.
Yeah.
Even though it isn't, it feels that way. So and I'm sure to developers it's not. I'm sure for them it's amazing. But yeah, I know that there's a disconnect because I know that all that stuff should be in the main, or at least should be able to be read through that branch, right? But I can't really do that. So yeah, in a sense, at least from an amateur perspective, would have been easier to go from Replit, have it build out the repo, and then have Codex connect to that, and then take a look at it. I think end of the day, because like it it's been working, and it's been hard at work building stuff out, but at the same time it's like, okay, okay, all right, hold on, I'll take my own advice here. Take it easy, guy. Take it easy. We just need a screenshot. All right, cool. So boom. Okay, so I didn't take the safe spark route, but I did use a vibe coder to build out a ton of stuff in here. Here's a couple screenshots of what got built out, but I am beyond foreign to using GitHub, and when I'm trying to look at the app, I don't see anything. There's nothing in the main. Everything is in branches. So what's next steps in order to get this thing rocking and rolling? So I will do it a favor, and where was I looking? Is it looking in this? No. Yep, there we go. Just want to make sure he's got a full picture of everything.
Full context.
Mm-hmm. And it's, at the end of the day, it's like, yeah, because this is what anybody would be doing like otherwise, right? Is so like some people that that I've given lessons to and stuff like that, you'll hear me say a lot, like the thing that I got from a friend of mine that builds models out, which is it knows everything. So stop acting like you have to go ask like somebody, or like stop acting like here's the end of the road or whatever. Wherever you have hit and whatever the end of the road is, just ask the model and it'll dig you out of wherever you're at. Right.
Here's a no drama path. You can go back to that. From a pile of feature branches to a running safe shop beta, you can actually click on. And I guess the actually click on part is the rocking and rolling that you were describing.
Right.
Get your bearings. Oh, man.
So here's where all your stuff is. And you've got green PR badges. So pull requests already exist, just waiting on review merge. Create a dev and stable integration branch. Branch dev off main. Okay. I'm going to do one of these. Come back down to our instructions here. Okay. Okay. Just get rid of that so we're not. default dev off the main. Make dev the default branch temporarily by going to settings, branches, default branch, and branch rule set. So I'm going to stab around a little bit. Doesn't look like I should have. Okay. Yeah, it's okay, buddy. No worry.
By the way, if you haven't used screenshots in this way, folks.
Yeah, right.
One of the ways, one of the best ways to communicate, even within as it's creating its own stuff. I do this with Claude all the time, where it's like, I know you think this is what it should look like, especially when it's like so proud. It acts so proud, like, look at this thing I created. It does this and this and this and this. And I'm like, nah, bro. Like, his screenshot. This is what it looks like. It's like overlapping, I'm not readable, like. And I could explain all of that, like via text, right? Or I could just share the screenshot and say, no, this is actually what it looks like. And it will immediately see, oh, yeah, let me redo that. Right?
Yep.
Do it with HubSpot screens. Like, that's actually like what I described before, the properties, the elemental properties thing. Like, after I had already done it and tested it, when I give the instructions to the next project, I just took a screenshot of the properties in HubSpot. And it's like, this is what I mean, Claude. And I haven't documented, it's not in any of your documents yet because it's super clunky to document effectively, like this iterative approach to properties. But this is an example of what 5 elements will look like. And then it's just like, okay, got it. I'll move forward. And surprise, just like when we're getting support, just like when we're trying to work with other people, the screen shares, the screenshots, a picture is literally worth 1,000 words. So don't type out 1,000 words. One picture.
I looked right past it because I took his advice. It's actually in general. It's right there in the front. Oop.
I'm going to go grab a drink real quick. I'll be right back.
You got it. That's all it is. Can push right past all the safety warnings. Okay, so now we go back. Number 3, merge persons. In a sane order. Oh, that's so great. All right, metafiles and no code risk. Okay. Open the first PR. Okay. Let's do this. Hey man, from number 3 on down, it's really starting to look like you're assuming that I actually know something about like where stuff is in GitHub and all that. Because sworn I explained to you that I don't know shit about this software platform. So you're really gonna have to hold my hand and walk me through this. Yeah, I mean, I guess it kind of sounded like sworn. But I really do love when it does this kind of thing because I don't know if it's that I didn't enunciate enough or that it feels like it should be spelled that way. And I gotta tell you, I agree. All right. Nice. What sworn, like, right? Like sworn?
Sounds I think like it's like because it could have sworn, I think is what you said. Right?
Could have sworn its way.
It doesn't understand some of the words, and it's just like, all right, here we go. Like,
Could have sworn. I guess sworn is the thing. It should have sworn. Got it. Oh man, engineering 101.
And of course, it capitalizes it because I'm
It
just
thinks
throwing
that's
that
a
in there.
thing.
Like the rest of the thing makes sense. So it's this word's important to the human. So let me just. It must be important. So we're going to capitalize it because it's a proper name.
Any repo page. Quick pull requests.
It gets unfortunate when that proper name actually means something. And it's like, yeah, not the context I meant to give you.
Yeah. Okay. That's crazy. Oops. No, I can't figure it. I was wondering. I'm like, do you have to have that? Really? So that sucks.
So at this point, we're doing everything in our power to get a clickable prototype up.
Yeah.
Right.
As quickly as I can. Based on just using GPT, Codex, and maybe Replit. Hey man, none of those PR titles that you got there match what I'm looking at. So here's what I'm looking at, and based on this list, what number? I mean, I can see the numbers on the outside. Do I just do them in that numerical order? Like, look at the add root dot get ignore, and it says like number 1, right? We do that. Please think that, like, I mean, and that's the other thing is like I'm trying to do this in as much of a I don't know, pedestrian, amateur, as much of an amateur fashion as I possibly can. Like seriously to prove a point, because right, like if this app ends up coming to fruition, it will have, come to fruition through the most natural language method possible without me having to say anything about I mean, even up to this point, I haven't mentioned anything about platforms. I think as close as it got was I mentioned that we were vibe coding and that it needed to go research that. And that's about it. Outside of that, there's been nothing technical in here. Even when it came to the Spark thing, I told it to ignore it because we're not using that shit. Okay.
Yeah, maybe next year, Alexander, the robot will just show up at Nico's door. And say,
I don't
"All
know
right,
how many
let me-
people.
Let me move."
So many people keep like asking me, like, "Hey, so am I even talking to you, or am I talking to like a robot version of you, or what goes on there?"
Oh no! Like what came to mind there, at the end, like an SNL skit. I forget who it was, where it's like the IT guy, and anybody that asks for help, like it he patronizes that person first, right? It's like, "Oh, you're having trouble doing this? Okay, move." And then it just sits down and like he just sits down and taps the keyboard. That's what I imagine. Like if there's some service built in to where it's like having real problems, the robot's gonna come to your house. And at that point, it's unlikely to hold your hand. And it's just gonna tell you, move out of the way.
Wow, it changed it from like number to steps. I kind of figured, I'm like, before always read all the way. I just had that like Stephen Strange moment where it's like, you know what, before you start like just clicking around fucking something up, why don't you read all the way to the end of the instructions?
Yeah.
There's the pure list. Next. Okay.
So at this point, like when do we ask the AI to do the stuff?
So you've got operator is really the limitation because that's what's missing here. Right. that's what needs to be able to go and click around and do all this. There's that. Or it's like either the thing to do the things or the thing itself, right? Codex represents the thing itself, represents like a self-contained, same thing with Blitzy. Represents this self-contained start to finish application. With what we're doing, like leveraging, GitHub and stuff, like again, it's 6 months. I wish I was joking. 6 months from now, everything that we're doing won't matter. All of this shit, none of this shit's going to matter. We're going to be showing you an app and we're going to be typing a sentence in, and then we're going to be looking at the application that we created. That's what's going to happen 6 months from now. Mark my words. I don't care. Put $100 on it. I don't care. I don't care. I will pay somebody $100 if 6 months from now there isn't a version of this stuff where you just type in one sentence and full soup to nuts app with security measures, all of it. Like all it's going to ask you for is any API keys if you actually needed them. And outside of that, it'll even like, I'll bet you it, again, I'm just going to throw these out there because I don't give a shit. If you don't have an app by the end of this year that is so simple that I put in a sentence and then instead of me having to even go get anything, I've just signed up for it. You already have my payment information. I give you the sentence to go build out the app. If there's API keys, if there's other stuff, whatever it is I'm supposed to pay for, it should just come up in a little, hey, manual step message where it's like, hey, we have to buy this thing in order to get this API key. Do you want to do that? Yes. That's it. It should just either that or I just have auto accept on, right? Just like Manus, right? And then that's how it should be by the end of this year. It really should be at that point where like you absolutely don't need to know jack shit about coding, app development, software engineering, any of that. Just with a request and a credit card, you'll be able to build whatever application you want. That's like, if I don't see that ad by the end of this year, whoever is doing vibe coding stuff now, you failed. Like miserably, like in my mind, you failed if you can't get to that point by the end of this year. That seems so easy to me. Even if you can't figure out the payment method, go team up with Visa, right? Yeah. Like let's stop being like really like super, I don't know, industry segment selfish about this kind of stuff. Cause you guys could you could explode the market with this type of technology and get it all over the place like tomorrow, right? Like to me, that'd be the sickest thing. And I know that's going to be the case.
That's why, I mean, we talk about B2C buying, like, and the impact that the Visa announcement is going to have there.
Mm-hmm.
But on the B2B side, that situation you just described, where there is some autonomous agent in place that's just ready to go buy the thing as needed, as all of these tools like start to leverage that level of connectivity and enablement, like that's the enablement part, basically, to bypass this obstacle, which is sign up for the new thing and pay for it in a secure, verified way, right?
Mm-hmm.
Then that is the unlock, right? Because until then, they're going to get as far as they can and sometimes work around on the way there because they don't have access to the thing that they really need to get the one shot done. That moment, like that's the connectivity moment where it's like, okay, everything's in play. We have everything we need. And now we're going to use the absolute best possible way to get this app done. And you're going to love it. To the point where it's like, build the app, publish it, and you might not even check back until you get paid the first time. Right? And it's going to be set up to say like, All these ideas are free, by the way. Like, hope you enjoy watching the show.
Yeah, seriously.
like,
Like we hand out,
imagine,
I don't even know
you submit,
lifetime
you
ideas.
publish the app, and you say like, look, if nobody pays within like 7 or 14 days, like redo it or come back to me and like let's figure out like where did we mess up, where did we misread the market, what is something wrong, like, or like it's just you're just gonna start getting paid, like, because it's gonna hit.
Right.
And then just building in, because you got your software engineer right nearby, and if people are having problems with the app, you got a team ready for help. That, like, come on folks, like, you better start expanding your mind into what's possible. So even the situations that I'm describing where I'm saying, no, don't try to take a new product to market right now. Like, there's so much work that it takes to put that in the hands of people in a way that they understand the value and they will pay you for it. And instead of building it themselves, or instead of triggering the big company to build it and just add it into their platform. Now that work, that gap, even there, that weakness I'm describing will be serviceable. Like, you will be able to put it in places quickly without having to do the research yourself, without having to connect all the dots yourself, and then actually execute it. Man, I mean, at this point, I'm not sure I necessarily care about the viewers. I'm enjoying like moving through these processes and getting these ideas. Like, you can only get them through using these tools. This is why I like getting in there and the learning curve. Like, you're holding yourself back for no reason. And I kind of get why, because even as we're on this, and we're both in a situation where, maybe our significant others aren't around, so that there's other obligations to go and do. And this kind of relates to your duty paradigm, I think. It's hard, even as I'm on this show, it's like there's thoughts of like, what else am I supposed to be doing right now? Like, should we stop streaming? Like, these things come up. Am I allowed to be having this fun, this learn in this way? Is this a waste of time? Like, all these things, because of all of what our learned tendencies of how we're supposed to move through the world. Like, I gotta overcome that and say, no, this is valuable activity, at least for us. Like, that's the thing, we're already doing stuff like this. And if just one more person gets value out of us doing it live, like, and streaming it, then that's worth it, for me.
I don't see any conflict markers anymore.
So I think what I heard from you before, like, if you would have started in Replit,
I think this would have gone, like, overall building would have.
Yeah, we might have gotten to we almost certainly would have gotten to the clickable example already, and then would have started addressing gaps with the help of Codex.
Yeah. Yeah, which, to be honest with you, like, even going through this, it's kind of funny in that I could start up a Replit building it, and the Replit version of this will be done before, like, we finish this, right? Like, so we'll take all the same instructions that we had given to GPT initially. Actually, he's over here. We'll go way back. Anybody else loving the new massive context window as much as I am? Okay, so we'll do this stuff, core features. Oh yeah, no. We want to do the plain language one. Such a pain in the ass. Hey, can you give me the plain language abstract for this application again? Think about it. I really love that you can, I know that 5's coming out soon, but I just love that you can model swap like anytime you want to. Because I should have theoretically gone up to 4 high to solve the issues here. All right. Good deal. I don't even have to change anything. And off she go. And like, even with that, right, you could get a little bit more specific off the bat because you can choose whether or not you want it to be like a web application, a Python-based web app, like, you know, type of application you're trying to build, basically. And so even with this, like, there's an auto option. So it's like, okay, well, you're just describing what it is, and then it's going to, I love that it comes up with your logos and stuff too.
Right. This is where like all these user experiences
This is
start to
new.
play in, right?
Mhm.
Like, and instead of thinking in all these as like versus like competition, they all build on each other. Like that connectivity piece is huge. They all build on each other. They all learn from each other. That's why we're hitting this curve so fast. And
Yep.
that's why it's not going to slow down. And that's why you as a human should be so far away from thinking that you're going to be needed to be brought in to fix stuff. Like, in what world are you going to be able to keep up?
Right.
Only in the world where you have a team of AI collaborators around you and you know how to use them effectively. Like, that's the part you're missing. Like, if you're choosing not to because you're just going to sit back and come in and save the day, you're not going to know what that world, like, you're not going to know what that even looks like.
No.
And then you're going to ask, like, well, what would it look like in this language that I'm used to? And it's like, what? Why would you use that inefficient garbage? Like,
what's that all about?
It's like, no,
Yeah,
I'm
so
not
let's
even going
see.
to waste our energy on translating into that. Oh, is this an exercise for university or academia? Like, that you want to go and like understand that
You want to
old
use
language?
this old antiquated? I mean, like, that's what I was telling Stuart, right? Like, and we were talking about it last week when we were looking at MCP. Again, it will really floor me if HubSpot doesn't have some type of application by inbound that that basically, that's so awesome that these are the only errors. An application that leverages MCP to the level where you can just talk to your phone to like do what you would need to do otherwise, like through the interface, right? So
Voice activated
yeah.
CRM in all of the ways, not just for the sales user, for the admins too, and everybody in between.
I mean, that aspect of it makes sense to me. Like, and even though I know admins are probably like, no, how, like, why would you voice activate like the whole thing for admins? It's just going to be an option, guys. Like, just like right now, if you want to right now, you can go build a blog page manually. You can go build a landing page manually. Should you? No. Yeah, say I was playing with one the other day. Frightfully terrible shit, right? But you could. Otherwise, what I would have done and what I should have done is use the AI builder and just knock that thing out, right? And then go back and make my, little edits here and there where I need to make them. That's how it's going to be go forward. And so if you work at a place, let's just say, if you work at a location where you're not using that sort of like turbo fast method of getting things done, I don't know. I don't run that business.
Right.
But what I can tell you is people who didn't learn how to use typewriters definitely weren't as necessary as people who did. And people who didn't learn how to use computers, definitely not as necessary as people who did. So it's a technological shift. Understandably, we have never lived through a revolution of any type, let alone technological. So we're not ready for this stuff because we haven't faced it before. So we have no frame of reference. But when I step back and I look at what this truly represents, what the possibility of this really represents, it is like a very, it sounds like a very happy-go-lucky, hold hands thing, but that's because that's what it's meant to be. And that's also why I say that now is not the right time for this technology, because when you step back and look at what this represents, it represents the ultimate unleashing of creativity, of human creativity. Whatever you are thinking in your head in a creative means, you can now bring out. Like one of the things that I love about the music that I make is that good luck coming up with a genre for it. It's like, it is just this menagerie. I mean, like one of the tracks that I love the most starts out with a very like Moroccan Arabic sound. Then it goes into, my favorite, like sort of just dubstep, like EDM, sort of back and forth with some drops in there, and then has this very like French aspect to it towards like the middle into the end of it. And that's because I wanted a Moroccan track that had like dubstep EDM, that had some like ghost step to it, that also had some French influence via accordion. Good. Hand that to a producer, and like see what they come up with.
I think we need to throw that on in the background right now. I'm very interested.
It is like that. I'm not even joking. Like my wife, like really, she loves it. Let me see.
I can barely hear
the
it.
one that I think is going to be a like an actual hit is this one.
You turn it up a little bit.
Is it not? Oh, probably because on my own. That's why.
Nope.
In the end, it all goes up in smoke. You can see it now.
There we go.
Okay.
Now you can see it now. I'm spending all my money like no tomorrow, buying everything around me. That's my motto. Spending all my money like no tomorrow, buying everything around me.
Yep, this is it.
I remember that one from your shoe buying video.
Yeah. Love this track so much.
And what's interesting? I did not even consider that you had created that song. Like when I watched that video, I was like,
just
man,
assumed that it was a track that I used.
You picked some good tracks like that must have already existed in the real world, but from real people. As deep as I'm into this every day, it still did not dawn on me that it could have been AI generated. Like, so good luck for any lay people. Any expectation that people are going to pick out that it's AI, right? Like, it's just good or it's not. Like,
right.
That's it. It makes me feel good or it doesn't. I enjoy it or I don't. Like, that's the bar.
And it's what's hilarious, or at least what I tell my wife, is that and this is like, who would have, yeah, right? But it didn't start out French. It started out Moroccan. Right?
This reminds me of the scene in Ocean's 12.
Yes! Yes! That's exactly why it's in there. That's exactly what I thought. It was what I was going for, right? I don't even know what that's called. right?
I've watched that scene so many times because I like that music.
Yep.
And it just fits so well. Like, oh man.
I mean, like, to me, it's honestly, it's really I don't like, yeah, it's just amazing that like we can put tracks together again that like fill this gap. So I love, again, I love certain artists, but certain artists, stop making music after a while, whatever, don't make enough, or, you listen to an album that you really love or a track that you really love, and it's like, oh man, I wish that just kind of went on forever, right? And so like this is that way of kind of like creating your own rendition of that and like having that, right? And I don't know, I just don't see negatives to it. I've done tracks that like, I don't know, I love it because what I try to do is mash cultures together into like whatever the track is. So it's never really like, I mean, there are some that are just like straight up EDM tracks, but for the most part, they're pretty diverse. Like you've never seen what Studio looks like. Studio. But you can see that like the mix of like stuff that goes into it or whatever, like the mix of music or whatever that's used, it doesn't really have like, you can't really put a genre to it. Let's say
Egyptian ghost step. Is that
yeah. Yep.
Is that a thing?
It is now.
Okay.
That's what I'm talking about, right?
And we all
That's what I'm saying. Like it is now. Until I started getting into this, one of the coolest things about Suno is the explore feature. Like you don't know music until you use this feature. You just don't.
Wow.
You really
Bengali,
don't.
electro pop.
Whatever you can think of, honestly, like whatever you can think of. And again, pick a style, roll the dice, right? And then whatever it is, you can create it with 4.5. So that's a lot of what I've been doing is like, oh, okay, let's see what that sounds like.
Hart van die son uit die suidelike see ons stemme meng.
I just kind of want like, I mean, honestly, like, I don't even know where it's going.
Harmonie.
Back to this idea of the stacks that we have to work with. Like, how much time has been spent by people like, oh, do we have a license to use that? Do we want to buy it? It's $50. Can we find something that's free? And then we look at these 10 tracks and we review them and let's see which ones we like. Imagine we're building this app out and we're talking about the entire strategy here. Like, go to market. What's the experience going to be like? Well, that experience often includes the sound, music in various places. And now you're just building it into the entire process, like where the build out of the product is truly the build out of the experience, right? And now when we have these things connected, what I'm envisioning as you were showing me that Suno screen, that the AI goes and runs through all those options and says which one matches what we're trying to accomplish here. And then comes back with a few options for Nico. Like, worst case scenario, it's like, I don't like those. Let's do a new one.
Right.
Right. Coral alt
Whiskey burns just like the
I already
slug.
know, right?
Never coming home.
Slush wave roots reggae. I don't know what that is, right? So it's like, that's another aspect of it is like you can listen to like so many different, I don't know what the hell that is.
And these have to be like
That's just a nope.
Explore new styles of music, and it's just like mashups exponentially. All right.
Like, I want to use this, right? Watch. This should be awesome. Are you going to throw it in there automatically? No? Okay. So we're going to, I know this has nothing to do with the coding stuff. It's kind of why we do this show, though.
Yeah.
Like the other ones are kind of
It's
like
all good. I just tied it in. We're trying to develop a new product. Music is a part of the experience. We just decided.
Okay, so actually, let's do this. I know, please. I have as bad of naming conventions as OpenAI, so just deal with it. Because it's. I know the name is really dumb, but it is what it is. Go into the Traxonomist.
There you go.
Let's see. Hey man, got a new idea for a new style of songs that I want to create. So I need one of those jam style, those like jam styles, the stuff we've created before. You need to create another one for this type, like just mold it around this. Boy, that TTS though.
So we're in a GPT project.
Yep.
Designed for building tracks.
Yep. Yeah, and so all the project knowledge here is prior written tracks that we've done in the past.
And maybe a little bit of Suno documentation.
Nope.
Like how to use Suno?
No, just examples of Suno. So what I did was I had Suno write lyrics just by using its prompt model. And so after having made like 5 or 6 songs that I really liked where the lyrics were like livable, because I'm not going to lie, there are 2 ways that I make these songs. One is that the lyrics are actually so good and the vocals so good with it that is the song. Or 2, that the audio, the song itself, the instrumental is so good that you could give less of a shit about what the lyrics were saying. 90% of my tracks are the latter of the 2. Like if you actually read the lyrics, you would laugh so hard at what it was you were bouncing your head to. And it's not even that like, oh, it's a song about whatever. It's not a song. It's like a bunch of Red Hot Chili Pepper tracks, basically. All right, so yeah, I mean that's how a majority of that went. It was just like, hey, you tell me how to do this. So we'll just, oh wow, it's even better.
Lyrics for quick copy paste.
Yeah, we don't want that. I do actually want these descriptions here because they actually do help. It does understand like how to read that ahead of the lyrics when you use it. So it's nice in that way. So we'll do that. And then, where's my jam style though? Lyrics are great. Jam style is like a full paragraph of like types of music that are either like what I gave you as the principal style or support that principal style. So along with that prog ambient noise, I want to use like a typical style that we you know what, actually I have, let's see, I've got a guy for this. Yeah, he'll know exactly what to do.
Oh hell yes.
Yeah, we've been working together for a bit. All right, cool. TikTok as well. Cool. Break it down, remove the sentences, and just put the sound descriptions in there. In a comma separated format, bro. Come on now. Don't hate. All right, give me the negatives. What are we avoiding? Same thing though, comma separated list. Don't try to be sneaky.
That's cool. That you can add to the audio.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I love. If I don't have to type, that's a good day. Okay, so
Is excluded styles newish?
within the last, yeah,
Maybe with 4.5.
no, it was before that,
Okay.
but it was just so I'd say within the last like 2, maybe 3 months.
Okay.
I mean, God, when I'm like having to phrase things in these timelines now is just the most. I don't know. It's so ridiculous to me.
Yeah.
All right, did you give me a song title? No, that's the last one.
So the song is
Oh, it
in
was
the
the
other
jam
chat.
title. Yeah.
Yeah.
You know what, bro? I had lyrics for this thing, but can you just like pump out a set of lyrics for this? I don't even know what we're going for in terms of like the ethnic aspect that we should add to this. So surprise me. Okay. I don't like the dreamlike thing though. Oh man, we've been doing dreamlike stuff like almost all week. Let's get away from that. I don't know. Think like action movies like Mad Max or something like that. I don't know. Go in that direction. What gives? Make the effort. Don't crap out on me now. Oh my God. Oh man, the Jet Alpha response on that. What? Like, are you what? If I didn't know that term, do you know how thrown I would be right now? That's nuts to me. Like, does it think that I'm that young? Right? I don't understand.
Age is a construct.
Yeah, that's true for it. Yeah. It doesn't understand it.
We're all that young and we're all that old.
Oh my God. All right, let's go with the Ash Run. Sure. We'll take the lyrics too, don't worry. Let's see. Add some more vocal description to the headers on the lyrics, like where it says, you know, verse and break and chorus. Basically describe like what the vocals should be doing and what the audio should be doing, like whether there's a bass drop there or whether the vocals should be like soaring above the music or all that kind of stuff. Again, be creative. Don't be repetitive. Nobody likes a repetitive Randy. This is, I mean, like we've never gone 4 hours before. This is the funnest. This is what happens though. Like if we weren't recording, we'd be doing this anyway.
Yeah.
Right? Like,
oh, that's why I likened it to like game streaming. Like this is like for better or worse, whether you like it or not. This is our entertainment. Like I spend free time. This is not work just because it's streaming on LinkedIn.
it's funny because Laura actually says that to me a lot. She's like, I know you have like you have tracks to work on and stuff, and like you have like what do you call it? Like you have like Mid-Journey stuff or whatever, or GPT, and it's like it's not work though. Like that's legitimately me having fun. So please interrupt me at any time. Like please, like I'm actually working. Okay, so the reason I pumped out 6 is because of just prior experience. First one's never really come out all that great, and so tend to listen to a multitude and try to sort of whittle them down, which can suck because you're using the same lyrics. So you could end up, I have like 3 or 4 different songs that have the same lyrics, but they sound so different that I put them at different ends of the playlist, and you would never know that you were listening to the same song. All right, so let's see what track 1 sounds like. Do we turn this on?
And in my forever efforts to connect back to the topic, as I read it, as it continues to scroll across the bottom of the screen, like literally, we're bringing together all aspects of the business, like all of it. Like usually product is over here. And in the worst cases, and maybe most cases, especially, I'm not even going to pick out an industry. I think it's all industries. We build in silos. So that product does not include the marketing team or the sales team. They just build the thing. And it's like, okay, this is what we want to, this is what the people tell us that they need. Now go sell it, go market it. And then it hands over the fence. And now we're thinking about the music. We're thinking about the visuals. We're thinking about the brand identity, separate from everything that's already happened. And how often is it just impossible to align those two things? Most often, like all the time. This is the challenge, right? We don't do these things together because everybody's already working in silos, and we've never figured out how to bring everybody together in an efficient way. You're looking at it. We're showing it to you, right? And a lot of it has to do with like, hey, maybe you're a startup and you've relied on media agencies to go figure out the music for you. So you naturally have to silo everything. And now you don't. You just don't.
If you have a subwoofer, holy, turn it up. I didn't even know this style of music, and I absolutely effing love it right now.
Yeah. And like, what usually gets in the way of this? You find something you love, it's licensed. And you got to go ask for permission. You got to go do something else, some administrative or costly activity to either get the rights or recreate something like it. And that stops you from using the thing you actually want to use, and you settle for less. As you use Suno, in case you didn't know, and Nico, correct me if I'm wrong, but you made that track. You have a membership that allows you to use it any way that you want, correct?
Yep. No, I cannot use it. I will say that currently, I don't know what the plans are in the future, but from last I checked, currently, you cannot use it for commercial purposes. You can use it for like personal.
Aren't you paying though?
Yes. It's just like I got. Hold on, I'll double check because the last time I did, don't know.
Because I'm pretty sure at some level it allows you commercial.
It should.
Usage.
If you're a pro or premier, I don't know if I'm pro. Maybe that's why. I think I'm just like the basic plan.
Like, I think there's only. Yeah.
Oh no.
First one pro, dude.
Oh wow. Yeah. All right.
Commercial use rights.
That's what it was. I wasn't
made with well subscribed, right? That's how they get you. Like you can't, like if you're using it for commercial stuff, and then you think you could stop paying for Suno,
right?
Don't do
because
that.
it covers the cost, right? Like, so why would you anyway?
Yeah.
By the way, think about it. I think this started to me, man. See again, like
nothing left.
I know it's a good track when it's like playing and I don't really, it doesn't like pick up in a negative way in my brain.
Yeah.
Damn. And it just sucks because it's the same lyrics. So I have to write a different set for that.
Yeah.
Love what it came up with though. It's like, man, 2 right out the gate.
But this is also like when you can iterate like this and you want to go to market to the whole world,
Right.
right? You might use all 6 of these tracks because it hits a little bit differently.
Yep.
Right.
That's right. That's right. And so it's like, okay, so we have this series of lyrics. Not that this all goes together, but just envision it in your mind that it all went together.
How much you want to bet? Oh, and you might be going there. So sorry if I say your thunder.
No, do it.
Those lyrics that were generated. Imagine if we pulled out any of them to be used in a marketing message kind of context.
Right. Yeah. So
right? Like on the homepage or wherever. And this stuff starts working together. Like I'm getting emotional at this point. How beautiful it is.
Watch. Watch this. You guys want to watch how fast I can put a brand together? Let's do it. We started with a song, a set of lyrics, and a description of the type of music that it is, right? Okay. So let's dig. Hey man, turns out I love this shit so much that I actually want to turn it into a business. It's fucking baller. So what I'm going to need you to do is basically come up with a brand based on the style of music, I think, as the core, right? And then can't really do much with the lyrics because we don't want to be repetitive with that. So, you know, again, like use the brand and kind of use this song as like, you know, the pilot song. It's our, you know, whatever, it's our single track and all that kind of thing. And we're going to need like everything soup to nuts, do all the research you need to in order to make us like a super standout brand for music, like as an artist, right? And even come up with the name of the artist, write all the about content, like all of that shit. And then we'll go to next steps from there. Actually, just make a list of like next steps, what we should do after that point. I don't have to think about any of this shit. Just wait, because I know you guys are going to be like, oh, then he's going to have to pump out code for a website. And then it's going to take forever to build a website. You'll see. You'll see. I didn't even hit search, right? It just knows. This is going to be a part of 5 where all of the stack of models is going to go away and all you're going to have is 5. And it's going to know which sub model to go pick.
And then watch efficiency just soar.
Right.
Because the right model is always used for the right responses.
Almost design featuring AR intertwined with elements. Okay, so let's go ahead and get started on the brand. We're going to go ahead and go over to templates. Nope, where is it? Theme. Create a whole new theme for ourselves. What type of themes can we do? PPTs or Google Slides? No. Okay. We'll come over to Traxonomist. Visual identity, online presence, merchandise, next steps, finalize branding, produce music video, collaborate with graphic designers to create the perfect logo and visual elements. All right, awesome. This all looks really good. Let's jam. Let's do step 1. Give me what I'm going to need. I'm going to provide you with a screenshot of some of the stuff that I'm going to need in order to build out like the basics of the brand. And then you are going to have to facilitate the rest of that. So so take a look at the screenshots and just fill in the blanks, basically. Wherever you see information, change it to be like what the brand styles would be. Don't like go with the screenshot. Tell it what to do and what not to do. Options on the page background can be a generative AI image. So if that's going to be the case, just give me the description for the generative image that you want me to use. as well as the artistic style. Yeah, that's right. So this thing has like a generative art engine, kind of like you do. So give me the description for the style of images so that we can keep it consistent across the entire brand. How you like them apples?
Well, this is you collaborating with your graphic designer. Yeah.
Yep. Just turn in my graphic designer. I don't have to.
Happens to be Gamma.
Theme palette, primary
If
accent
you
color.
think you know, you have no idea.
They're trying. Crimson red. Just do that. Charcoal steel. I like that. Is that for text? Accent color. Cool. Ghost white, huh? Urban gray. It's like more of an urban gray. It's not a real gray. Background, midnight black. Wouldn't that just be like all zero, in my opinion? I mean, let's be real. Page background, generative art, description, a windswept post-apocalyptic urban wasteland, blah, 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 blah. Yeah, did you guys think I was actually going to do any work on this thing? Get out of here. Digital art. Ooh, I don't know if yeah, buddy. Man, I love the artistic style description you gave, but we are not allowed to mention anything by name that would violate copyright. So you're gonna have to like use your words. You know how it is. Laura's like, do you really talk to it like that? Yeah.
Yeah.
Like if I was talking to another person,
Yeah.
this is exactly how I'd be talking to him.
Use your words.
Totally get it, bro. No direct references. Pure creative stuff. All right, cool.
Just watching Amazing Race last night, and like said that to each other, like the couple. Use your
What?
words. Use your words.
Oh man. All right.
I mean, I definitely say that sometimes. That's where I feel like there's like some Fight Club style group for AI where it's like just in the background being like, look at these silly words that these silly bitches need to use to like tell us what's going on.
Shit's
Like
ridiculous.
Like ghost white. Like what?
They had to come up with something. Ooh. Be still my heart. Oh my God, so sick. Sick, bro. Oh, it's awesome. Okay. I don't know the language, so I'm really sorry. I'm just going with the one that looks like where the characters look most completed, unless that is.
It says neon Japanese kanji flickers on broken signs.
Right, so they're broken signs. I don't want to
Right.
use that as a complete excuse, but I'm going to.
I would ask GPT if it knew what the lettering is.
Nice one. Way to go. Bro, I don't speak Japanese and I definitely don't want to offend people. So does this actually say something? The red neon in this image on the upper left, or is that just like whatever?
Nailed it.
Oh my god. The noodle soup.
Dude.
You're not offending anyone, are you sure? Oh my gosh. That's so great.
So not only did you not offend anybody, it's probably going to resonate with a lot of fucking people.
Yeah, as soon as they see
That's
it,
so
right?
good.
Who's this artist? Ramen? Oh my gosh. All right, let's continue. Let's see. On this one here, we're just gonna go with what we can see. I don't want to waste all day on this thing. We've taken up enough time. All right, bro. Got to pick out the type setting. Which one? Let's go see how our app is coming along. Nothing? Oh. Ooh. Like that better. That's for sure. But then it goes away. So you broke it. So then I have to go back to typing. Whisper. We gotta talk. Actually, I'm lying.
Man, how relevant is this app?
What?
Save shot. Like I'm just reading about what it does.
Yeah, right. Seriously.
Oh, wow. This would be so
Right.
useful.
It's amazing. Oh my god. Let's see there. And the subhead. Otherwise, I'm looking good.
This would make streaming a lot easier, that's for sure.
Right? Exactly. Like if it was like a full app that I could have as a, I don't know, once like either Codex or Blitzy, one of the two, helps me build that out into a full size like desktop application. Let's pick something that misses the Ash run. Montserrat, I thought so. I mean, it's a like a really good. Generally, we going with both Montserrat and DM Sands or Barlow. Okay. Why do you make me scroll? Huh? Everybody else in the world, they got type in. Why are you making me scroll, bro? Go with the M Sands or Barlow. Why? Because it's closer to the top, so I don't have to scroll as far. I like that for a forced decision.
It's like, dude, we're building for AI doing this for you, not for you silly humans that aren't gonna scroll through shit.
Next option, bro. What do we got? So, like, what's the difference between this and 3 months from now? 3 months from now, I'll only have to give the one command.
Mm-hmm.
And it will come back and be asking me these questions like, hey, which one you want to go with or whatever. But otherwise, I won't have to do the back and forth.
Yeah.
Which at that point, the tables being reversed is fine. Right now, because I have to do the back and forth, that's what takes my time. So I don't want to waste additional time making the choice. In the future, absolutely, it takes me no time to make the choice, right? So the topic blocky, yeah, okay. Blocky or sharp, huh? Oh, blocky. No, I like sharp, man. Sorry. So you can't override, you know? All right. This is the big one. We need a logo. If you can come up with more than one image, awesome. But if you can only do one at a time, so be it. Got to be a 1:1 ratio. Match the brand. She said, don't go off brand. I sincerely hope it doesn't do a 4-up within one image. Just what I think that it's going to do. How we doing over here, guy? Very nice. I dig it. Can we get some? I need some color. Oh, yeah, that's, I don't know if that's going to work. So far, so good. All right. We'll play with this more next time. Man, that shit's ridiculous.
These are the moments where it's like, just run it. Like,
Right.
don't even think twice.
Not even,
right?
not even. I even right out the gate, it's like, oh, does that match this? Yes, 100%. And the two of them never talk to each other. So this doesn't even know what that looks like. It
Right.
just knows what it should look like based on the description. That's as close as it gets, right?
Yep. It's where you just let the AI do. Like, there's no reason to think that we should try to tweak it. Like, and the more you try to tweak it, the more the stuff like moves out of alignment and it gets harder. And it's just, and that's where, like, don't overthink it, folks. Like, when it just hits immediately, like, it feels right, like, just go. Like, just run with it. This is why startups and small teams can just crush, like, immediately, because they can just sit here for a couple hours and bang stuff out. And when you get that, you can just ride the energy like all the way, and it just builds and builds and builds and builds, instead of just stopping like, oh, we got to have another meeting, we got to get this person involved, we got to send it over to this team. Like, just all of the nonsense that is required to like move forward in B2B.
Okay, we're using Gamma to do this, gamma.app. So if you need to, go do some research on that so you understand how that application works. This is the page that we're working in, where you basically just paste shit in there and then it builds it out for you. So go do the research, then come back, and then give me the markdown text that I need to use for this so that we can build this website out. We're going to be building a website. Sorry, forgot to give you that. Using it for a website. So do the research based on that, and we're building it out for this. Do not go off brand. Also, this has to be plain language. This isn't like a vibe coder, so it's not going to be coding the website necessarily. It's going to be like auto designing it or whatever on its own. So don't mention anything about what programs to use and who to talk to or any of that shit. We're just looking for whatever is suggested that you find online. It's so important to tell it not to go off the rails because it really loves to do that.
Yeah. And this is where, like, I mean, the cool part is you can do this because you started from a track, right? And now there's enough context around it. And because it's in a project, but can very quickly go outside of the project to understand how to do things. It's not like you're asking the actual taxonomist, that's the human being brought in just to do music, to now build a brand, because even though you might do that, and people do that all the time, that person is not qualified to create that stuff.
Right.
And
yeah,
but now we can, right? But otherwise, if this is like a part of your daily, I don't know, maybe you're an agency that does this over and over and over. You create profiles for how all the apps are going to work together, right? So there could be a Gamma profile that is like that, let's say the taxonomist could reference in the knowledge base, say like, oh, he said Gamma, instead of doing research and then deciding how to use it myself. We've already done it several times. We've learned all the things. Now this is exactly what I can expect out of Gamma. So now a lot of Nico's prompts don't necessarily need all the qualifiers and do this, not that, right? Just keep building that foundation.
Cool. Copy, paste. Isn't that too? I'm gonna go based off of that. Whoops. No, stay there. Okay. Yeah, I don't. Not gonna go with that. Okay. Do need that. And there we go. That should be everything. It may take that first part. Yeah, probably gonna try to take that into its own thing. Let's do that. Right, for fans, images, style. Right. Actually, we already have our style. Let's not forsake the brand. Okay, using GPT images and tone edgy, additional instructions. Let's see. Boop. I have to figure this shit out. There's an additional instructions section up there in the top right. Is there anything that we should add in there? What do we typically put in there? What should we? Ask questions. If you don't know, just what did your teachers always tell you? If you don't know, just ask. Yeah, don't worry. It's not gonna have to. It's not gonna have to worry about that. That's just your problem. All right. Again, this is just an example of like, hey, if we put zero thought behind doing any of this and just like wanted to punch out a brand new brand, I think we've taken just under 30, maybe just under 30 minutes. So we'll see what she do.
Forged in flames.
Right. Genre defying, uncompromising. That's such a
survive.
That's such a fucking AI throwaway line. That's the only thing that I would say about Gamma is like a lot of, actually not just Gamma, it's like a lot of apps that are like generative apps. Let me pick the model, please. I know that other people don't know what the hell they're doing, but let me pick the model. Even if it's another $5 a month, I don't care. Let me pick the model. Because I know you guys are using whatever is probably cheapest realistically. And I fully understand that because people are just spamming the hell. I mean, you got GPT image in here. And I'm sure people are just spamming the crap out of that. But at the same time, your writing software sucks. So it'd be awesome if I could just hook up my own.
That's where usually I'm doing stuff in Claude and I bring the copy in and I tell it, don't change the copy. Like,
right.
you don't get creative license with the copy. Graphic designer.
Take it easy, buddy. Take it easy.
It's just, I mean, it's a perfect example of like when we use people in real life and then just say like, oh, you did this sweet. You're so good at this graphic design. Can you post this on social for me? It's like, no, dude. I'm a graphic designer. I'm not a copywriter. I'm not a LinkedIn expert. Like, but we just, because we don't understand marketing, it's like, oh, that's marketing stuff. Of course you can do all the rest of the marketing stuff. As if your engineer in the back is capable of actually building the physical thing on the shop floor. It's like, no, that's not why you brought them in. Got a little baggage, man.
It's just like, no, I get it. I get it. Trust me. I'm realistically, like, I am really the same way, like about a lot of brands. And especially like when it comes to customer experience, like that's where I start losing it so much because so many of you guys just, at least, I don't know, it comes off to me like you guys don't try your own your customer experiences, basically.
They definitely don't. Like, and I think they don't understand how to build good experiences.
Right. Like here's just a basic thing, man. Like, why should it be the case that if I want to add this text, right, to this, wow, you do it if it's already there, but that didn't even make any sense. When I cut pasted it, it kept trying to make a new block.
Yep.
It wouldn't do the most simple thing because that made too much sense. So we'll just do it in a really roundabout way. Cool. All right. Second line, because I mean, we don't need that. I dig it. Again, if I'm just trying to like put it together and kick it out the door.
Yeah.
Right. I'm done. I can post my single here if I need to, or put it here if I need to. So I've got it in a couple different places. And away she goes.
View site.
There's our website. Right. And of course we can like go back and change whatever we want to change about it.
Yeah. Also, like Gamma makes it very easy to buy the domain and publish it like in minutes.
That is the hilarity of it to me, is that like you absolutely can. I think I have, like you can add any custom domain that you want. So if you wanted to replace your own website because of the fact, right? That's one way to go about it.
Yeah.
Oh, that's sick. Wow, that's awesome. I thought though that there was a way to do current color. No. Thought there was a way to change the visibility of the back while still maintaining the image. Or is that not a thing? Yeah, it's not a thing, really. That sucks so much. Should be able to do that. unless you can add it. No, you can't add it here either.
What were you trying to do?
Maybe you have to manually add it. I was trying to put an image with this. Let's put it as a column. So like the cards normally have, I guess you have to change the style of this to be a column. Like, cards normally have it split up where it's like image, text. But when it's split up like that, because you're using this as an image, you can't you can't change the background to be a transparency. So I'm trying to figure out a way to skirt around it, basically. But I'm not entirely sure you can. But yeah, so like, and then what else would we need? We've got our logo, we've got our website, we have our song that we can post along with it.
Well, let's look at our app at this point.
Okay. Oh, well, we don't have so Safe Shot app. Yep.
Right. And obviously we took two different angles, right? But just imagine, like, it wouldn't be that hard now to be like, oh, this is the product. Now take everything we've done for this brand and like imagine it as Safe Shot is the product instead of the music, right?
Right.
And just bring it all together. Like this is almost, we're not that far away from a live app.
Yeah.
Right?
No, we aren't.
And this is like, we didn't even get into this. Like, so total of this broadcast, like 4 hours, right?
Mhm.
One morning, full business. Like, that's our, like, to your very first point of like, if you're in a tough spot right now, financially, happiness wise, whatever, like you're in a place that you don't want to be. Don't be in that place anymore. Like,
right.
Start to use this stuff. Like,
You have a way out.
Let it open your mind. There's a path for you. And if you need help thinking through that, like, DM us. We would love nothing more in the world than to help unlock that. Whatever obstacles you're putting in the way of yourself, like.
Okay. Use. Oh, where is it?
I think we just got cut off on LinkedIn.
Oh wow, we hit the limit.
We found
4 hours.
The barrier. So.
Somewhat.
Hopefully that means I'm interested to see, because last week we got cut off. Like it's still only half hour on there.
Oh right. No, I went back and it did actually upload. You were right. It did upload.
On yours. On yours,
Oh,
it has the whole thing. On mine, the actual event listing, it's still only 30 minutes.
Gotcha.
So we are testing the limits of LinkedIn with this show.
Apparently can't handle it all. Okay.
But throughout the show, we've had somebody message through your stream, somebody message through my stream, and somebody message through the YouTube stream. So that's enough for me to prove that doing it in all the ways is a valuable activity.
Oh yeah. Additional we're looking for. Okay. Hey, so we need to make a video. Nothing too fancy. It's going to be like a Vine video. So what I need you to do is give me like a visual description to represent the brand in the format of a Vine video. I won't go in two different directions with it because we can also, I get to use Operator again. Oh man, gotta mess around with some stuff. The virtual environment like kills me.
Yeah.
All right, so we've got Sora and we've got
watermelon whale. I love it.
I mean, some of the stuff, man, that people create is just insane. saw somebody looking at this the other day and they were like, oh, this kind of looks like a social thing already. You know, you got the username and likes and stuff like that. Like, man, maybe you just don't get out that often. Like, that's just the new shit, right? Like, that's just the new way of presenting content. There's nothing like super special about the fact that it was there. That's the way that like people do stuff now, I guess. I don't know. Do you have to actually pay for this one? Or can we actually just use it? Yeah, you definitely have to. Right? I'd hate to.
Don't do that. Don't do that.
Yeah, I know. I don't want to burn even a piece of paper trying to do it. Okay. So let's do that. And this is like, oh, let me go to 3 different videographers, basically. Actually, let me get the 4th one in here. Really? Wait, did you? Wow, did they change? Wow, they really changed the site. That's
Technology is
amazing.
a new era of media and storytelling.
That is amazing. Wow. Wow, man. I look like Prof. That's so sick. Yeah, Gen 4, huh? Okay, so let's go ahead and log in.
So, like, in the span of half a day, we're doing the hard stuff, the quote unquote hard stuff, including the multimedia. So if you want, like, obviously the next route is like building email campaigns and social media and all that stuff. And that's where you start with that easy stuff, and then it doesn't hit the way you want because you didn't want to spend the money on videography and graphic design and all that stuff, right? So you just sacrifice and you put all the emails out there, you put all the social out there. It doesn't hit for all those reasons. And then you think it's a bad product, or you think like you didn't hit it right, or, you know, whatever. And you scrap it. And just because you didn't go to market right. You didn't have all the pieces. You didn't want to pay for all the pieces. You didn't want to fill in all the gaps. Right. No excuses now. Like,
no, there really aren't. Like,
likely you.
Again, you can just like, honestly, you can look at what we're doing and try it. Try to. That's the one thing I'm going to be doing at Inbound for sure, is like, I don't know what the shirt is going to say yet. I kind of want it to just like, yeah, I think it's going to be something like, think I can't do it with AI, try me. Something like that. I'm just going to have my laptop with me, and that's what it's going to be all about. I know I'm just going to be able to use my Surface to do like everything I need to. So, just be walking around with that. And as I don't know, as people try to challenge the thought process on it, it's going to be wicked. You're going to see like just how, oh man, I forgot there's a 6th one we can employ. You're going to see how ridiculous it is to like try to, wow, they changed brands too. Well, I haven't been back to Kyber in a minute.
Everybody going into V2 mode.
Everybody's going V2. Look at that.
Yeah.
Oh, wow. What are you?
Very sure.
Wow.
What is this?
Dude, Kyber has changed. So
Welcome
like
to Super Studio Playground. I like the sound of that.
So you can generate an image. And then,
oh, this is telling you how to use the software with the software, right?
Yeah. Video creation. You can use different models. Oh, wow. You can use Google's model in here now. Wow. Because it used to just be, this is nuts. I think I just lost my weekend. God damn. this is nuts. Because it used to just be their model, and it used to just be like 2D animation. Like you couldn't even use, wow, image lip sync, video lip sync. I mean, like, yeah, video lip sync would be sick. I know I'd still have credits because I
Alright.
used to have an account.
I guess we'll just have to
Man. That next time we'll do that one.
we'll just have to pull the plug on today because we're never gonna stop.
No, honestly, like I
Or,
could,
I
I
mean-
really could keep going like all day, to
Right.
be honest. It's so
So,
ridiculous.
Yeah. So obviously Nico's gonna keep going. And we thank him for it because that's what gives us the content that we bring you week in, week out. And now the next app we need to vibe code is how to clip up and repurpose all of this stuff effectively. But man, this is some cool stuff. Like
Bullshit.
like I'm thinking like that video on the left reminds me of like
Matrix.
Well, definitely Matrix, but it's like Matrix plus the Eris scene in the when you go to the ancient city in Final Fantasy VII, like you're trying to track her down and keep going down this path.
Yeah. Yeah.
And like
I know exactly the one you're talking
bringing
about.
this ultimate form of mixology in all of the ways is just a fun place to be. So do you have a video in process yet, or are we?
I've got 2 cooking.
Okay.
Oh, there we go. I mean, like what?
Like seriously, like
What?
this is just
What?
put it on the front end of a video right now. Like, good to go.
Get the fuck out of here.
Like,
oh my god. Okay. Bro, that was so sick. The video description you gave me was awesome. Can you give me a more like full-length version of that, like 30 seconds? I know VO can't do that, but that's all I'm waiting on, right? It's like I could just do this because it's only 8 seconds, right? So all I would really have to do is tell it like, hey, I need it to be, and realistically, time is an issue. It doesn't really have an understanding for time, but it knows that like this was 8. So if I ask for 30, it knows that it has to do at least whatever the calculation to get to that, right? If I told it that like we only had 8 seconds and it could only give me like 3 visuals, then it would do it completely differently, right? Where I'd have just 3 prompts that take up the 8 seconds. So realistically, if I was doing this and I wanted to do like a full, even at 8 seconds a piece, yeah, I could easily do like a full minute, maybe 5 minutes of video or something like that. Just having GPT give it to me like one bit at a time, just do it one like camera pull at a time. Because even when it comes to like pro video, even in like movies, long shots are really rare nowadays.
Yeah.
Because of ADHD. So it's just not the same. The way that they do video is not the same as it used to be. Let me see. I wanted to do a
That came up in the Wick is Pain documentary.
Yeah.
As a way to make it feel much bigger than it is, or much bigger than the set, right? Like just scaling back, doing longer shots, like
Oh yeah. Yeah, if you didn't, that was a task that I have GPT doing for me, that every day it goes and gets me the latest AI news from the last 12 hours. Oh. Bro, when it comes to this one, it sucks real bad. We only have 1,000 characters to work with, so you're gonna have to cram it into that. It doesn't like I didn't have to say put it in paragraph format, right? It could have tried to do like the timing and stuff all over again, which would have definitely messed it up. What's awesome about this is that now it's the exact same thing that I need for this, which is the same thing that I need. What? Content credentials that indicate it can't be used with generative AI features. Interesting. Weird. Because that's what's coming from GPT. So you can't use GPT as a source image to make a video? That's so strange for Adobe. That's so strange.
Yeah.
All right. Okay, so here's what we got from GPT. Of course, it tried to like be as realistic as it could. Not something that we would use necessarily, but again, we could go like we could take a little bit of time, go in and adjust it to go what do you call it? I just did it as one full prompt. You can do it as a storyboard. So we could actually control the cuts a lot better, which would make the overall quality look better so you don't run into like all the blends that you see that happen and stuff.
Yeah.
And like the quick cuts that look like shit. That was fast. Not the worst.
Yeah. Almost.
That's pretty, yeah, definitely not the worst. And again, we could keep going with that, but I gotta tell you, like, VO knocked it right out. I mean, I like this right out the gate more than the other ones, right?
Right.
So let's see, we've got our
And that's
video.
like, that's the kind of thing like see people getting in the way of that because they don't like the random like person walking, like legs walking and in like 6 and 7 seconds. But it's like, whatever. You just created this out of a vacuum. Like that kind of stuff could be like an Easter egg that grows a story of its own. Like, and people try to figure out what is meant by this random part of the clip when it's like, no, we didn't mean for it to mean anything, but like this whole like side story gets built. I don't know. We just try to make things too perfect out of the gate, and it holds back a lot of value.
Could I? No, you can't copy link to it. So I'd have to store it somewhere. That's a drawback. But it's also trying to link it. So my goal on this, so like Gamma does have some obvious drawbacks, but not many. Image upload. So that's where I would want video upload. And I guess we would have to do it as a GIF. So do we have so here's how my brain works all the time. Actually, I know translate video now. Somebody has this, and it is free. I forget who's got that. Yeah, I thought so. Adobe does have it. Okay. Sure. 15 seconds. Sure. Okay, let's check out our GIF. Cool. It's not the highest quality, but that's not the point. And so now we can, but it's GIFs from Giphy. Shit. I'm thinking about that. Maybe we can do it this way. Sweet.
Yes.
It's always about just breaking the rules and going around shit.
Yeah.
So we got background image, overlay color. Can we change it to not be overlay? There we go. So yeah, if again, like I knew that the quality of the actual thing was going to be shit, but if like you can go to like GIF scalers and actually get it to reduce it to a GIF without and be lossy, so or lossless, so it's not as terrible, but it matches the brand anyway. Like yeah, being that it's like
so many ideas.
Yeah, right.
This morning, like, but unfortunately, we do need to wrap at this point. Save some energy for tomorrow morning, where we get to get a little more philosophical on Singularity Soothsayers, and looks like we've got Erin Wiggers joining us. So excited to have her back on the show and
That's gonna be sick.
see what she's been up to. So until next time, folks, have a great weekend. We'll see you soon.
See ya.